me, I called out your name. It was at that very moment I knew I would not be the same. You left me broken all alone, and now you will not pick up your phone. Did you think that would get me feeling down? No, that made me drive all around that old small town. Did you think I would drown in your pain? Hell to the no, let me explain. I drove up to that old dive bar on the corner of a new tomorrow. I thought I was going in to drink away my sorrows. Instead I danced the night away. Boom bopping, bar hopping, body rocking, foot stomping, all night long. As you drove on by that old glowing neon sign, you see me walking in with someone new. You thought you left me broken and alone, waiting for me to pick up that damn phone. Did you think I would move on? It was a new day you left for me tomorrow. Hell to the no, let me explain. I drove up to that old dive bar on the corner of a new tomorrow. I thought I was going in to drink away my sorrows. Instead I danced the night away. Boom bopping, bar hopping, body rocking, foot stomping, all night long. Instead I danced the night away. Boom bopping, bar hopping, body rocking, foot stomping, all night long. Hell to the no, let me explain. I drove up to that old dive bar on the corner of a new tomorrow. I thought I was going in to drink away my sorrows. Instead I danced the night away. Boom bopping, bar hopping, body rocking, foot stomping, all night long. Instead I danced the night away. Boom bopping, bar hopping, body rocking, foot stomping, all night long.
Hey guys, I'm a little bit of a mess today. I have not done my makeup or brushed my hair even. Coming out here is me today. Um, of course I'm gonna go over some of the 2 o'clock shit first. You should use the drops, the no coughing. Oh, you know what? My son, I know what you're talking about. Them oil drops you put on your tongue, those are fucking amazing. I need to go to the dispensary and get some of those. I forgot about them, Twister. You're right. Okay. Anyways, I have a few things I'm going to cover today. If time will deeply get into summer. I don't know what I'm going to go over about summer. This kind of has something to do with summer today, but it doesn't. It's more going to be touching and heartbreaking. I've been in touch with a woman who is a member of the Dykes family. Her name is Destiny Dykes. I don't know where she is a member of the Dykes family. I never spoke to her about Summer's case. I just talked to her yesterday for the first time. After by a sub I was sent a video of her talking about addiction in that area and her family, which many people know. And it was, so maybe we'll get to 2 o'clock after, because I really think this is something people need to hear about the area Summer Wills grew up in and the area around there, and the family members intertwined and connected to the family members in the area. I don't know if this woman ever knew Summer. You have to use the drops. They're so good, man. They are. I keep forgetting about them. I haven't had them in years. But this does have something to do with Summer today, but not in the way you guys would think. So, you know what? Let me go. I'm going to share her video first. She gave me full permission to do so. This is a very strong woman who, like me, has conquered addiction of family. Um, it's hard. We've been taught not to coddle or drug addicted family members. We have been taught to walk on eggshells with drug addicted family members. What people don't know is that those in the shadows of the drug addicted family members, like myself, like this young lady, we suffer. It causes mental health illness to grow up, not understanding why your whole family lives like zombies, why people steal from you, why people hurt you, and why you're taught to coddle or ignore instead of love and help. This woman's story touched me deeply, and I just want you guys to hear about it. She is from Summers area. Her name is Destiny. She's proud to put these videos out, and I think you guys need to give it a listen.
This is something that I wanted to address and talk about for a while, but I've kept putting it off. But when my dad passed away, my relationship with my stepmom became shit, even with her grandchildren. When my dad and my stepmom got together, my dad had 3 daughters and she had 3 daughters. And our parents co-parented and done everything they should do for children. My biological mom was an addict, so my dad took care of me along with my stepmom, which I'll always be grateful for her doing that. But my dad, along with my stepmom and along with my stepsister's father, they were all addicts. It wasn't just my mother. They all were. But my dad always made sure we were taken care of, no matter his addiction. He always made sure we never went without, none of us. My mom and my dad, they like swapped boyfriends and girlfriends, whatever. My dad got with my stepmom, and my stepmom got with, I don't know, it's just crazy. As we were growing up, my stepsisters, they always liked to diss on my mom, talk about how she wasn't there, and just hurtful things, because it wasn't my fault she wasn't around. But it turns out that they're just as shitty as she is. They're all addicts, and none of them are there for their kids. And the same people that I'm talking about, that my father raised, had the nerve to steal things from him, the nerve to tell him, "You're not my dad, fuck you," and just hurtful things. And my dad made sure they had everything. He bought them their first house. Well, helped them get it. Let me rephrase that. He didn't buy it. He made sure that they could pay for it. He made sure their bills were on and paid if they needed help. He did buy their first car, all of them, as he did for his own kids. He loved them just as much as he loved us. And they just became disrespectful as fuck. They became disrespectful to him, so he lost respect for them. They were lying to him, stealing from him, and they were grown-ass adults living off Oklahoma, and all the money she made was gave to them, and what money he had, she got because she spent all her check on them. And my dad was just like, that's not okay. Not okay. But that's just some addicts for you, I guess. My dad was an addict too, like I said, but he worked his ass off every single day. He didn't have to go ask for help. He worked. He got it himself. He made sure his bills were paid, the kids were taken care of, even grown-up adults. Even me, because I lived with him. He didn't choose his drugs over his family. He became sick with cancer. And it was time for him to make some big decisions for what he would want done with his things. He left his home to me, and he left the rest of his things to his wife, my stepmom. And I've always lived with my dad, like I said. After he passed away, my children, my stepmom, and my boyfriend at the time continued living here. The boyfriend was 3 of my kids' father. And I guess my stepmother thought it would be cool to let my stepsisters, just bring their drugs and do whatever they do, and I was like, no. So I tried being civil with her, telling her, I don't care if they come, but they're not bringing nothing in. Just themselves, that's all. Well, that didn't work. So I flipped my shit. My children were finding drugs and needles, and I said, fuck no. One of these stepdaughters that we were talking about here even had the nerve to walk in the living room while my father was still laying on the couch, deceased. Her first words are, Mom, where's the pills? So to this day, 4 years later, that irks the fuck out of me. When I'm done with those pills, I flushed them down the fucking toilet. My dad also had life insurance. His funeral was paid for, his casket. He had $2,000 left. That was for his headstone. Guess what? He's sitting up there without a headstone still. Because they went and took that money and spent it on probably drugs. The whole big problem with that is because my dad left me his house. Because he knew if he left it to his wife that all of her kids would be here, and he knew that Destiny would leave. I ain't gonna put up with that shit. I'm not letting him deal with it. He knew this house would go shit. There wouldn't be nothing left of it. So that's why I've got the house and they don't. I've tried to be nice and do what I think's right, but it just puts me in a shitty place every time, so I'm not trying with them anymore. And I have nothing handed to me. I do receive help, and they could receive help too, but like I said, every bit of help they've got, they fucked it up, and that's not me. That's on them. I don't make their choices. My sisters, they work their asses off every day. They don't receive any help, none. They don't get food stamps. They don't get WIC. They don't get housing. They don't get nothing. They go to work. Their husbands, they work. Their mothers, their fathers, they do what they should do. We have children dependent on us, so we get up every day and say, hey, we have children dependent on us. They need us. We got to get up and get it the fuck done, no matter if we don't want to.
In my case, with addiction running rampant through my family, I have a very similar story. Stepfathers stepmothers in and out of my life. My father was the breadwinner. He had the money, even though he lived on Social Security, ripped the government off. He knew how to sue banks. He knew how to sue PennDOT. That was his first lawsuit that got him $1 million that started his, in my opinion, drug empire, maybe human trafficking empire. I don't shade it. They could put the 18 and over and limit my monetization. I'm going to call it what it is. These are the things that come from drug use when they run rampant in your family. You get family members that come and steal from you. You are often the victim of those addicted to drugs in your family, and it causes a lot of mental anguish for the devastation left behind. This young woman is strong to tell her story. In my family, until my parents died, if you told the story of their addiction and their drugs and their organized crime and the things they did, then you were shunned from the family. You had to keep things hush hush, which is another form of abuse when you have a family full of addicts. I want to take a different approach at it. I think addicts should be held accountable for the pain they cause. I think if we point out as a whole the survivors of addicts, I look at it at a whole different level than what psychologists say, because I've been through it. I think if we call them out, we tell people, because addiction starts in the shadows. It's secret. It's not something somebody will come out and tell you before you realize it's too late and these people have already devastated your life, and you can't fix the damage that came that you didn't know about, and you can't fix the damage that's to come. This is heartbreaking to me, and I feel more family members of addiction need to come out and tell their stories and hold the addicts and their family accountable for the things they do to the sober living people in their family that has to take the blame. Now you hear her say, we were online, we were taking care of our children. No, in my family, I was taking care of their children while I was raising my own children, one which needed a heart transplant. It became very hard. My brother-in-law, the sibling's husband, who had lots of money, wouldn't even send a penny, eggplant penis head, to raise his kids. Well, he made like $480K a year. Not one fucking penny, but he claimed to be a father and took them kids back the very second he came back from overseas. Again, devastating my family, taking my nephew away, which we now thought of as a son and a brother rather than a cousin, right? Or a nephew. There's lots of devastation, and then them children, it trickles down into them children, and then you see them children grow up to use drugs. I don't know that my nephews are. However, I've seen it in other families where my friends' children grow up using drugs at a very young age because that's all they know. I'm sorry, but these addicts and these drug dealers need to be fucking called out. And I'm going to read some things Destiny wrote me in a comment section on another video in just a minute, but I think we need to finish listening to her. And let's mind you, these are people around Summer, around her area, not her in general that I know of for sure, but I'm thinking there might be a connection somewhere. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about helping this girl heal from the trauma her addicted family members caused her, just like the trauma I feel. every day. And that's why I'm here. We have to also help the sober family members that are left to clean all of the addiction in your family up, to clean up the mess that's left behind, because that's what's left for us sober living people.
So it really just bothers me when people are like, why'd you kick them out? Or why'd you do that? Or why have you said what you've said? Or whatever. Well, for one, I'm not gonna let my kids live around drugs. I'm not living around drugs. I don't do drugs. Never have. Never.
I've caught my husband recently using kratom. I don't know for sure. He denies it. However, I think he's been using much longer. One of the reasons we're not together in this house that he doesn't understand is because of his drug addiction. My children are no longer in this house. He moved in with my grandchildren, and I'm very pissed off about it because he was addicted. Now, he seems to be sober because I caught him, but I don't know. Some addicts can function. I'm going to look up some videos. Addiction is a motherfucker. Sometimes you can't help. Sometimes you can. At the end of the day, it's up to the person. You're right, Kevin. This is my friend, guys. We're going to go to his channel next. I grew up with him. We don't quite remember each other. Yesterday, I made a post about Prayer Garden of America because I was trying to reach out to another Kevin. I won't give you his last name. I'm not even sure I know it. I can't find him. But Beth Law, the one that was on there, yeah, on Prayer Gardens, it's a family member of hers I was trying to reach out to, but I reached out to another old friend instead by mistake. And I found out Kevin is fucking amazing. And we're going to go over his channel in just a minute. Thank you for being here. And I've been sharing him all of my community posts. But let me finish Destiny up.
Smoked weed, and I've drunk, like I said, but I'll be damned if there's gonna be needles and bad drugs up in my house. No. And to the people asking, let them come live with you. Let them come live with you. If you're so worried about why I don't let them live here, let them come live with you and see how long it lasts. Some of you already have, and you seen real quick, didn't you? Coming at me, asking me all those questions, and then you found out for yourself. It sucks, it does, but my life doesn't have to suck just because theirs does. And I'll be damned if I let it. I dealt with so much my whole life with them, and I don't have to anymore. And I'm not. Call me what you want. I don't care. But these same people that claim to love us so much, where are they at? They don't call, they don't come over, they don't check in. I never said, hey mom, to my stepmom, you can't come over. Nope. Never did I. Still though, she don't come here. She don't call. She don't ask how you doing. She doesn't when it's convenient.
I go through this with my sister. So there was a night I caught her, actually my husband caught her sneaking into my window, into my home, climbing up in my jewelry, trying to take my jewelry, leave with my jewelry. I had her kids at the time of her doing this. You can't invite that into your home, but you have to try to love them at the same time because you don't want addicts to steal your belongings. You don't want your things to disappear, especially when you're not made of money or have a lot of money, as you can see this woman does. She says she gets help. That tells you she's on assistance. She has her own children, right? So when you have a family member that is so, I think it's selfish to come in and steal the little that you have to feed your addiction. And I think it's even more selfish when you have a family member who's raising your children and your children are in that home and you're not providing, or your husband who has all this money is not providing for said children. But here you are in the wake of devastation. You don't know what to do. Like, no, you can't invite these people into your home. They rob you every time they fucking come in, but you still love them. But you wish that they would reach out to you. And half the time, at least in my life, you don't even know where your addicted family member is. I have 2 addicted family members right now, and I have no fucking clue where they're at. They don't answer my calls. I have to wait. They don't answer my messages. I have to wait. I haven't heard from my one sister in a couple weeks. I message her at least once a week and expect a message back. We go through this once in a while, but in the back of my head, I'm thinking, is she dead? I won't know till she answers. I won't know if they find her under Jane Doe. She often loses her ID. She loses her belongings. She doesn't have much. She's on the street. She's prostituting. She's being trafficked. I've caught her being trafficked in Canton, Ohio, connected to people here in Pittsburgh that are connecting to Summer there in Tennessee. It's fucking devastating.
Convenient. But my kids are more important. They don't deserve inconvenient people. They deserve the world. And I'll always stand on that. So, y'all can say what you want about that whole situation, but until you've been in my shoes dealing with that, you don't know shit. And me, I'm not perfect by no means. No means. None of us are. We've all had our problems. But we never let our problems overcome us. I'll be the first to admit. I had a problem. I like to drink. I like to drink a little bit too much, actually. When my dad passed away, everything at home went to hell, like I said. And I started drinking when my kids would go with their father on the weekend or whenever they stayed. I liked it. It was fun. And I didn't give a fuck about nothing or nobody. I was numb. I didn't care. I didn't have feelings. It started to affect my family, though. And I was like, okay, I'm done. This isn't me. And I won't let it overcome me as a mother, a person, a friend, anything. So I quit. I haven't touched alcohol and it's been a while. I don't want.
I was in the same boat. This YouTube shit, my husband's shit, caused me after 8 years to pick up alcohol. Again. I fell on my face. I lost teeth. I possibly think I was roofied that night. It's a long story, something I'm not going to bring to YouTube until there's answers. The police will not go get the camera footage. They have ignored me from then. My husband called me a whore every day for a year, even with his fucking secret girlfriend. He's been seeing behind my back for 3 years. Do you know the devastation of picking up a bottle of alcohol and you fought so hard to fucking quit? I feel this girl's fucking pain. I feel the addiction. Similar story, not the same. There are millions of us all over this earth just like this because of the toll addiction takes on your family.
On it, and I don't think about it. My children are more important, and that just wasn't me. It wasn't. So I stepped out of that, and I was like, nope, no more. We're not doing this. So no, I'm not the one to judge you. I'm not. But when it comes to my children's well-being, I'm going to cut you out of my life and theirs and do what I have to do to make sure that they're safe. And do I still love these people that I'm talking about? I do. I always will, and I'll continue to pray that they'll do better. And there's just so much more that I could go on and on about with these people, but I'm not going to. I said what I had to say, and I feel like I've said enough. And if you don't like what I've said, or you don't like the choice that I make, because I know all of you guys are watching me, everybody, I really don't care what you think either. If you would let them do that to you, then you're probably the same person as they are. You're no better. Look where they are now. It's sad, but they have nothing. But it's from their own choices. They've been placed to place to live and get kicked out everywhere they go. Everywhere. So you tell me, would you let them do you like that?
I'm going to share my conversation with this woman. I didn't go directly to the video. I went to another video she shared because I didn't want people in the YouTube community to see that I was writing this woman. Her story for me was not about Summer. It may lead to answers about the addiction in Summer's area, which may lead to answers about Summer. However, I don't want to question her about Summer. She agreed she's going to come on my panel. I'm going to write her after this live. She gave me permission to share her story, and she left me a very touching comment or few. And I'm going to read what I wrote her, and then I'm going to read what I wrote you, what she wrote me. Sorry. I was sent a video about your father you did. It was so fucking heartbreaking to watch. I am a YouTube creator that covers Summer Wells and probably have spoken about some of your family since you go by Dykes. However, I also have a horrible generational family addiction issue, and I understand the heartbreak that comes with it for sober family members. I am intrigued by your story, and I think addiction needs to be more spoken about in general, and what it does to those living a sober life trying to survive them. I would love for you to join my live panel one day and come tell us your father's story and what people all over this country can do to support those addicted better and just what you want. Please know you are strong as fuck because I felt the video I seen. And then I wrote her, I will be sharing your video today at some point if that's okay. Although I didn't come live yesterday and shared, I had a really bad day yesterday. I have a lot of those going through a separation or whatever it is I'm going through. She wrote, of course, with heart hands emojis. And then I wrote her, let me move this over a little. Let me make sure I got all replies. Oops, damn it. It's the little things. Guys, even on YouTube, make sure you always write newest. She put, of course, and then I put Crystal's Crime and Music. You can message me anytime when you're ready. I cannot wait to hear your story, honey. Honestly, huge hugs. She put heart, heart, heart. Then she writes, thank you so much for reaching out and for saying all of this. Honestly, that video was incredibly hard for me to make, even harder to watch back. So knowing that it has touched someone enough to reach out means more than you know. Addiction has affected my family in ways that are hard to put into words. People often focus on the person struggling with addiction, and rightfully so, but there are families on the other side of it who are hurting too, especially the ones trying to love them. Survive the chaos, protect their children, and break generational cycles without losing themselves in the process. Oh my God, I feel this girl. I'm so sorry you've had to experience addiction in your own family as well. It's all kind of heartbreaking that I wouldn't wish on anyone, but I do believe there's power in people sharing their experiences. This is what I'm trying to tell you, instead of staying silent. I agree, and I think it's time for the outspoken, sober living family members to start speaking and calling this bullshit out. Because I'm sick of burying people I love. I would absolutely be open to joining your live panel. If telling my story can help even one family member feel less alone or help someone understand addiction and the people it affects a little differently, then I'd be honored to share it. And thank you for seeing through the strength of me. Some days I don't feel strong at all. I'm just doing my best to keep going, protect my kids, and make sure the cycle ends with me. Destiny, I want you to know what I see in you is a very strong young woman. And I love you're willing to pull aside with me and call the bullshit out with addicted family members. I think it's time for people to start opening their mouth, because whatever America or all over the world or little cities or towns or countries have been doing, it's not working. We are just seeing more and more and more and more addiction all the time, and it's heartbreaking. Her video was pretty short. I interrupted it a few times. This time what I'm going to do is let you listen to it one more time all the way through with no interruptions. Then I'm going to move on. I'm going to share my friend Kevin's channel with you guys. I want you guys to sub up to him. He is an amazing biker that does good things, and I'm going to share one video in particular. He's not like me. He's quiet. He don't want the lawsuits. He's more focused on his bikes than he is true crime. However, he did cover a pervert, and I'm going to share that video so you guys can all sub up to him. And if you're into Harleys and bikes and fixing them and the Steel City, I'm also going to share a video of his where he go, remember when I shared the Code Works that exploded? I told you guys I lived by it. I'm going to show you. He says he takes the carbon, all the bad shit out of the coal. I believe there's still stuff near. We can disagree separately, but however, I am not that educated. He can educate us on how these steel mills work. So, I'm going to invite Kevin on panel at any time while I'm sharing his shit, or anytime later in the future. He is a old friend. We grew up together, and I want you guys to sub up to him. But anyways, let me share Destiny's video one more time.
This is something that I wanted to address and talk about for a while, but I've kept putting it off. But when my dad passed away, my relationship with my stepmom became shit, even with her grandchildren. When my dad and my stepmom got together, my dad had 3 daughters and she had 3 daughters. And our parents co-parented and done everything they should do for children. My biological mom was an addict, so my dad took care of me along with my stepmom, which I'll always be grateful for her doing that. But my dad, along with my stepmom and along with my stepsister's father, they were all addicts. It wasn't just my mother. They all were. But my dad always made sure we were taken care of, no matter his addiction. He always made sure we never went without, none of us. My mom and my dad, they like swapped boyfriends and girlfriends, whatever. My dad got with my stepmom, and my stepmom got with, I don't know, it's just crazy. As we were growing up, my stepsisters, they always liked to diss on my mom, talk about how she wasn't there, and just hurtful things, because it wasn't my fault she wasn't around. But it turns out that they're just as shitty as she is. They're all addicts, and none of them are there for their kids. And the same people that I'm talking about, that my father raised, had the nerve to steal things from him, the nerve to tell him, "You're not my dad, fuck you." And just hurtful things. And my dad made sure they had everything. He bought them their first house. Well, helped them get it. Let me rephrase that. He didn't buy it. He made sure that they could pay for it. He made sure their bills were on and paid if they needed help. He did buy their first car, all of them, as he did for his own kids. He loved them just as much as he loved us. And they just became disrespectful as fuck. They became disrespectful to him, so he lost respect for them. They were lying to him, stealing from him, and they were grown-up adults living off Oklahoma. And all the money she made was gave to them, and what money he had, she got because she spent all her check on them. And my dad was just like, that's not okay. It's not okay. But that's just some addicts for you, I guess. My dad was an addict too, like I said, but he worked his ass off every single day. He didn't have to go ask for help. He worked. He got it himself. He made sure his bills were paid, the kids were taken care of, even grown-up adults. Even me, because I lived with him. He didn't choose his drugs over his family. He became sick with cancer. And it was time for him to make some big decisions for what he would want done with his things. He left his home to me, and he left the rest of his things to his wife, my stepmom. And I've always lived with my dad, like I said. After he passed away, my children, my stepmom, and my boyfriend at the time continued living here. The boyfriend was 3 of my kids' father. And I guess my stepmother thought it would be cool to let my stepsisters, just bring their drugs and do whatever they do, and I was like, no. So I tried being civil with her, telling her, I don't care if they come, but they're not bringing nothing in. Just themselves, that's all. Well, that didn't work. So I flipped my shit. My children were finding drugs and needles, and I said, fuck no. One of these stepdaughters that we were talking about here even had the nerve to walk in the living room while my father was still laying on the couch, deceased. Her first words are, "Mom, where's the pills?" So to this day, 4 years later, that irks the fuck out of me. You know what I done with those bills? I flushed them down the fucking toilet. My dad also had life insurance. His funeral was paid for. His casket. He had $2,000 left. That was for his headstone. Guess what? He's sitting up there without a headstone still. Because they went and took that money and spent it on probably drugs. The whole big problem with that is because my dad left me his house. Because he knew if he left it to his wife that all of her kids would be here, and he knew that Destiny would leave. I ain't gonna put up with that shit. I'm not letting him deal with it. He knew this house would go to shit. There wouldn't be nothing left of it. So that's why I've got the house and they don't. I've tried to be nice and do what I think's right, but it just puts me in a shitty place every time, so I'm not trying with them anymore. And I have nothing handed to me. I do receive help, and they could receive help too, but like I said, every bit of help they've got, they fucked it up, and that's not me. That's on them. I don't make their choices. My sisters, they work their asses off every day. They don't receive any help, none. They don't get food stamps. They don't get WIC. They don't get housing. They don't get nothing. They go to work. Their husbands, they work. Their mothers, their fathers, they do what they should do. We have children dependent on us, so we get up every day and say, hey, we have children dependent on us. They need us. We got to get up and get it the fuck done, no matter if we don't want to. So it really just bothers me when people are like, why'd you kick them out? Or why'd you do that? Or why have you said what you said? Or whatever. Well, for one, I'm not going to let my kids live around drugs. I'm not living around drugs. I don't do drugs. Never have. Never. I've smoked weed and I've drunk, like I said, but I'll be damned if there's going to be needles and bad drugs up in my house. No. And to the people asking, let them come live with you. Let them come live with you. If you're so worried about why I don't let them live here, let them come live with you and see how long it lasts. Some of you already have, and you seen real quick, didn't you? Coming at me, asking me all those questions, and then you found out for yourself. It sucks, it does, but my life doesn't have to suck just because theirs does. And I'll be damned if I let it. I dealt with so much my whole life with them, and I don't have to anymore. No, I'm not. Call me what you want. I don't care. But these same people that claim to love us so much, where are they at? They don't call. They don't come over. They don't check in. I never said, hey, Mom, to my stepmom, you can't come over. Nope. Never did I. Still, though, she don't come here. She don't call. She don't ask how you doing. She does when it's convenient. But my kids are more important. They don't deserve inconvenient people. They deserve the world. And I'll always stand on that. So, y'all can say what you want about that whole situation, but until you've been in my shoes dealing with that, you don't know shit. And me, I'm not perfect by no means. No means. None of us are. We've all had our problems. But we never let our problems overcome us. I'll be the first to admit. I had a problem. I like to drink. I like to drink a little bit too much, actually. When my dad passed away, everything at home went to hell, like I said. And I started drinking when my kids would go with their father on the weekend or whenever they stayed. I liked it. It was fun, and I didn't give a fuck about nothing or nobody. I was numb. I didn't care. I didn't have feelings. It started to affect my family, though. And I was like, okay, I'm done. This is not me. And I won't let it overcome me as a mother, a person, a friend, anything. So I quit. I haven't touched alcohol, and it's been a while. I don't want it, and I don't think about it. My children are more important, and that just wasn't me. It wasn't. So I stepped out of that, and I was like, nope, no more. We're not doing this. So no, I'm not the one to judge you. I'm not. But when it comes to my children's well-being, I'm going to cut you out of my life and theirs and do what I have to do to make sure that they're safe. And do I still love these people that I'm talking about? I do. I always will, and I'll continue to pray that they'll do better. And there's just so much more that I could go on and on about with these people, but I'm not going to. I said what I had to say, and I feel like I've said enough. And if you don't like what I've said, or you don't like the choice that I made, because I know all of you guys are watching me, everybody, I really don't care what you think either. If you would let them do that to you, then you're probably the same person as they are. You're no better. Look where they are now. It's sad, but they have nothing. But it's from their own choices. They've been place to live and get kicked out everywhere they go. Everywhere. So you tell me, would you let them do you like that?
I just felt that was important to share from somebody around the area of Summer. Um, I don't know who her family members are. I did look to see who her father is. I don't want to share his picture without her permission. Um, she did say she'll come up on my panel one day and talk, and maybe she could tell us how she feels about Summer's case and family members that might be connected. She is a Dykes. Her name is Destiny. I think she's an amazing young woman trying hard for her children. And I think she has an amazing future ahead of her. And I think she should keep these videos up without the drama, just straightforward. Repost all my old videos. Sure, Julia. You can go to my page and watch them. Michael, he is a neighbor of mine. Not really a neighbor. He has kids that are neighbors of mine. I've known him for many years, even from another neighborhood. He wrote me yesterday, Greenville, Moonshine Girl. She lives in Greenville right now, but I think she might be from the Beach Creek community or have family members there. Um, she didn't deny that when I wrote it to her. I told her I might have covered a lot of your family members. She didn't attack me for it. My heart breaks for her. But I hear a lot of myself in her and the struggles that I deal with. And they're not just my struggles, they are struggles of many. All over America, we suffer, we go poor, we lose money, we lose belongings, we lose time chasing them, raising their kids. That's not fair to the sober living people in the addict's life. And to all you drug dealers out there that are making our family members sick, fuck you. Straight up, fuck you. All right, guys. I'm going to move on to my friend. Uh, where did I put him? Hoy, hoy, hoy. Oh, I know what I did. If you're into fixing motorcycles, this is Kevin Phoenix Motorsports is live. This is his last video he did today, and it wrote me after he did it. This is what I'm going to share with you because I covered the explosion at Clairton Coke Works where I'm from. So let's listen to what Kevin has to say about his job in the steel mill. Kev, I hope you're still out there.
I talked about this in a live recently, and we're actually going to do it. I've wanted to do this for quite some time. As y'all know, I work in and around the steel industry. I do not work for United States Steel. I work for a contractor.
So he is in Clairton right now. You are seeing, I went to school there for a very long time. I lived in a neighborhood connected to Clairton that went to school. It was called Wilson. You're looking at some of my stomping grounds as he rides through.
In United States Steel. And right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the steel industry is still alive. Now, I can't take you into the actual steel mill. I can't show you the inner workings. I'm not allowed a camera in there.
Also, this area, Ernie has talked about making masks and things like that for Night of the Living Dead. All of that comes from here. You're looking at the area where Night of the Living Dead was created, made. There's a cemetery up in Pleasant Hills they used. Many other scary movies here too. I think some of the birds was shot here. I'm not sure. You have to look it up. But
I cannot do that. What I can do is ride by the place and show you the outside of it and explain to you what every plant does and how it works. There are 3 major plants left in this area. Pittsburgh was called the Steel City because there was a steel mill on every friggin' corner. Well, now there's 3 major United States steel plants left. There are other steel plants in this area. They all do different things. But the 3 major U.S. steel plants in this area are Edgar Thomson Works out of Braddock, Pennsylvania, Urban Works out of West Mifflin, Pennsylvania, and Clairton Coke Works in Clairton, Pennsylvania. They all work in conjunction with one another to make steel. The process pretty much starts in the town of Clairton, where coal is turned into basically carbon. We call it coke, but carbon. Through a process, and the byproducts and gases that come from it fuel the rest of the steel mills. And I'll explain that more when I get to it. I'm not going to bore you guys with the same roads that I'm all.
I lied. He was in Elizabeth. He's coming across the Clairton Bridge right now. This is the Clairton Elizabeth Bridge.
Always riding, so I'm going to go ahead and cut this here. All right, and folks, welcome to Clairton. I believe it's officially known as the City of Prayer. Hey, there go my man Roger. Roger's Classic Cuts. You're in the area, you need a haircut, go see my boy. He does excellent work and he's fairly priced. Yeah, long-running joke, City of Prayer. Pray you don't get robbed, shot, or stabbed. This town used to have a pretty rough reputation. But as you can see looming into view right here, as the police are on the left, this is the Clairton Coke Works. And I have been riding past at least a mile of it that you could not see from the road. You can see it from the other side of the river. Anyways, you see those green pipes? That is where the gas is shipped. It's made here along with the coke. It's a byproduct of the coke manufacturing process. Those pipes are what fuel the rest of the steel mills in the area. Pretty cool, huh? All in one unit. What you're looking at there, that is called a coke battery, basically. Coal's loaded up. It's baked at, I think, 2,000 degrees or so, certain period of time, and it basically extracts everything but the carbon. What's left is a little nugget of pure carbon, and
it fucking stinks. Walk out your door on a good day. All in this area. Elizabeth, Glassport, Clairton, West Elizabeth, even all the way into McKeesport. It fucking stinks. The cancer rates over there are through the roof, and this is where I disagree with him. Now, he does have a good job. They do probably remove 90% of the carbons and poisons that are in the coal. But we have things like that explosion that happened. We don't know what happened after that. It stinks. It fucking stinks. It stinks so bad, you can't even go outside. You know how we have air quality days here in America? Like, just recently, there was a wildfire in Canada, and they were telling people all the way in Pennsylvania to stay in their fucking house. People gotta live with this shit daily, every fucking day. The smell over there, it's so fucking bad. It stinks bad.
that's used in the steel making process. Now, along the way, obviously, there's all kinds of other carcinogens and all kinds of craziness, chemicals, bad stuff that comes out. They process that stuff here, okay? They keep it out of the air and out of the water. My job is directly linked to that. I haul the bad stuff that they take out of there. Let's pull into this little gas station.
So you haul the bad stuff they take out of there, but what I want to know is while they're cooking it, where does that bad stuff go? You're cooking it prior to taking the bad stuff out of it and taking it to where you need to go, Kevin. I'm sorry. You're probably going to hate me because of this, and I don't even know that you're still in here, but yes. I agree, Glenview, and that's why I think what that girl said was important. We get criticized for not being there. Like, for instance, Tiffany Marie. You're not helping your pregnant sister. She actually accused me of unaliving a child. My sister didn't unalive that child. She left it at a hospital, though. It was adopted out. She left the hospital and didn't even get medical treatment after having the baby. That's what drugs do. Right. Okay. Let's finish Kevin here.
It's actually a mini truck stop. You guys should be able to get a pretty good view of the place.
To me, this is so cool. I get to show you something really big about where I'm from.
Alright, now what you're seeing there, that's not smoke, that's actually steam.
And where he just drove down State Street, coming in before he turned, I would like you to know that's where all the bikers hang. Those bars down there, and we'll just leave it at that.
Steam. As the coke comes out of the oven, it goes through that chute and gets quenched, and that's steam rising into the air. But basically, this is where it all starts here. In order to make the raw carbon as a raw element of making the steel, produces a gas that fires the other two mills, creates electricity that's pumped back up into here. But yeah, that can you see in the distance over there, that big ass building? That would be the steel mill. And there's one of my co-workers hauling a load of slag. Basically, it's like the byproduct of making steel when they melt the pot. The very top layer, the crusty stuff. It's got
that. Boo, what does Glassport smell like?
Rotten eggs.
What does Clareton smell like?
It's nasty shit.
What does Elizabeth smell like downtown?
I don't really know.
Same shit. What do them steel mills do to our air?
Pollutes it.
Pollutes it. Did you see about you were not in Pittsburgh, but did you see about the explosion in Clareton?
I was young when that happened.
What do you think about that?
That shit could happen.
But I mean, you think it polluted our river? You think we're going to be catching them fucking three-eyed fish again?
No. The river's always
It's polluted.
It's always going to be polluted.
It's fucking really bad where we're from, and it smells, just like he said, rotten eggs times 50. It's so fucking gross. All day, all night, and on a good day, you can't even go outside. And everybody over there has cancer or heart failure.
got to get busted up, busted off of there and broken into chunks, and it gets turned into fill material for roads, fills in sinkholes, all kinds of stuff. If you're familiar with the area, Century 3 Mall was basically...
Hold on, Boo's telling the story. He remembers he worked at somebody's house in Clareton. God.
Well, I was painting the windows outside, and every day there was black soot all over everything. It was like black dust.
Black soot, black dust on people's windows. I've experienced that at 309 Elm Street in Wilson when I lived there. That's fact.
completely built on slag from this mill. Well, this mill and several others. As of now, we're only going to talk about the steel mills that are operational. And directly in front of me in the distance there, that is Edgar Thompson Slab Factory. So basically, constantly in this area, you're going to see these trucks. They're either hauling slag or a byproduct, basically, from making the.
You're also going to see many barges, which many of our people depend on and work on in the area, that haul the coal. You have a lot of the trucks, you have a lot of the barges, you have a lot of that shit falling into our river. Yeah, they are a lot cleaner than they used to be. The mills used to be many. There used to be tons and tons of mills, and Pittsburgh has broke that. In Southside, actually, the whole riverbanks were full of nothing but mills. That's what Pittsburgh is absolutely known for, is our steel. That's why we're the Steel City, the Steelers.
All the water that gets pumped from the river and is used to quench the molten hot steel, all that has to be filtered before and after. And the process of cleaning that water up. Let's go down this side street because people annoy me and there's a bunch of people in traffic here. The process of doing that.
Dude, think about it. When we were teenagers, we didn't know nothing about this. We were down on the riverbanks drinking, smoking, and what else were we doing? Swimming.
Some people, yeah, glasswork was bad.
We were swimming
I grew up
in that shit, fishing in that shit. You grew up what?
I grew up swimming.
Yeah, we all did. That's all we did. Yeah, at the point.
Somewhat cleaner.
I think it was worse then. I think it's cleaner now. It's beautiful to look at, but it stinks and it's dirty.
That is a byproduct called sludge. There's several different types of sludge. It's basically like river mud. And some of it has contaminants. from the steel making process. It goes to a landfill where basically they dry it out at the landfill and they make roads out of it at the landfill. We'll go down this way and you'll be able to see the back side of Edgar Thompson plant. And if you're familiar with the movie The Deer Hunter, some of these side streets should look real familiar to you. And this is as far as I could show you. Like I said before, I cannot go into the plant. I could show you from the outside, that type of thing, but that's it. Let's see where we're at here. Are we still recording? Good, we're still recording. And we got plenty of battery.
They're working in the fucking steel mills.
What is it? The only 3 jobs in Pittsburgh are, what did you say? Medical field?
There's some more, I guess, but
The major ones for the Mon Valley area is definitely the steel mill. That's pretty much all we have over there besides Port Authority, which ain't even Port Authority anymore. There really ain't. They took out all of our like fun shit. There's no pool halls. They're closing all the bars down. If the kids stand on the street for more than 30 seconds, they get fined.
fucking Walmart ruined all the mom and pop stores.
Yeah, Walmart ruined all the mom and pop stores. It's really bad, and I think they need to rebuild our riverbanks and take this shit the fuck out. All the technology we have, there has to be another way for them to make fucking steel. I'm just saying. No, I did not, Moonshine Girl, but remind me when we're done watching Kevin. I have this in a shorter video to show, and then his channel I'm going to share. Let me do that now. Please sub up to him. He has so much interesting shit about Harley Davidsons and bikes and fixing bikes, and I am absolutely intrigued by his fucking channel. I watched it all night last night.
Right here you can see train loads. That scrap steel going in. It's going to get loaded.
Oh, yeah. Trains. We're on the train tracks here. So the train tracks, it's all day processing of this coal, the coke, the chemicals that come out of it all day by train, boat, car, truck. It doesn't fucking matter.
They put in that machine up there and melted down. It eventually turned into slabs of steel. Those slabs of steel are then going to end up shipped via train to Irvin Works, where it's going to be pressed into sheet metal. And folks, you can see a little more of the plant here. And my man Joe Manarok, I think that's how you say it. This guy right here is a local legend. There's a plaque for him. Basically a mythical guy. If he did exist, okay, but if you read the plaque, legends of him picking up red hot steel beams with his bare hands when the
Our fucking football mascot's made after him, and I love the Steelers, but it's the dumbest fucking mascot in the whole fucking NFL.
trains were broke down and swinging from the rafters with a ladle of molten steel in his hand, kind of like a steel mill legend type thing. Now, I showed you the back end of the plant. This is all still here now. This is all still steel mill. Still steel mill. Hopefully that came out right. Give you an idea of the scope of this. About 3.5 miles, and it's about a mile from here to the river as the crow flies. Uh-oh. All right, they're quenching it. And you see back here is the slag process where they break up the slag. I got people behind me. I'll pull over to the side when I can get a good view of it. TMS is a contractor in here that deals with this. And they've got, blinders on the fencing, so you really can't see in much. But you can see the equipment and you can see the building. This is still a mill. We're not off the property yet. We're on a city road, but basically this here, we're still driving by it. It's a huge place, and there are 3 of them still running. I do believe Clairton Coke Works is a little bigger in size. You can see the back of this is extra slag and whatnot, hot rocks stored up back here. Then we're about at the end of their property. Just about. You'll know because the fence will end right here. Here's a good. Let me let these people get around me. Right there. That's a good idea of what goes on here. You see those big? Those are slabs. Those slabs will get pressed out thin and turn into giant sheet metal coils. That's what they make here at this mill. They take scrap and raw materials, they melt it down, and they cast these slabs. Then they ship it via train, see them cars there, to the next place down the line. I'm going to cut the camera here because we're going to take a ride over there, and I'm going to show you. In a tunnel. Dude, I'll tell you, it ain't supposed to rain, but that sky does not look very promising to me. I do not know about you, but man, oh man.
It looks the same today. Look, he about to go through. This is like a tunnel. Is this Green Man's Tunnel? No. This might be Green Man's Tunnel coming out through Roseburg. I don't know exactly where he's at. But there's a tunnel here called Green Man's Tunnel. You guys have Sensi Ball Tunnel. We have tunnels just like that all over our city. And there's one in particular about a green man, and it's a myth. And apparently this guy got struck by lightning and he died, but he stayed alive, glowing green in this fucking tunnel, and just an urban myth, I don't know if that's where he's coming out of. It looks like it. There's a few on that road that look just like it.
All right. One more tunnel. Back off. Get on. Oh, yeah. Who don't love that sound? Now, when I was in high school, I went to Votech for half a day of school, and then
Still city. Still
separate. I studied to be a machinist in Votech. I went to apprenticeship courses, and we toured this place that used to be here. It's now a Copart junkyard. This used to be Fisher Body. Look at the old GM cars from back in the day, and they'd always say body by Fisher. Well, the body parts were all stamped out, and what used to be here in this big ass parking lot, it's no longer there. Like I said, it's been torn down. I actually toured it when it was still there. Well, the sheet metal came from this place right over here, and you can see that substation and a train. This is all I can show you. Unfortunately, I'm not losing my job by trying to go in there with this camera. Okay.
They should
let Works Urban Plant. This is the back side of the plant. It's every bit as big as Edgar Thompson plant, but it's up on a hill more, so I can't really show it to you from the road. I am going to wind you up the rest of this hill, and then I'll cut the camera, and we're headed for Clairton Coke Works. You get a real good view of Clairton Coke Works from the road there, which is cool.
Unless they close that down.
Man, I'm able to get into the throttle a little more on this bike because...
Do you see these steel mills? I thought he was up at the one going towards Skyview in Roseburg. That's why I thought that's what that tunnel was. There was a man named Victor Posner that used to own that steel mill that my mother also worked for down in Miami, who owned RC Cool. Man has a shady history. My father opened I can't get help with it, shell company in California in the name of U.S. Steel. They knew Victor Fosner very well. I think that's why they named it that. I don't think U.S. Steel had anything to do with it, but I think they should know that my father was making shell companies using their label in California. But anyways, let's go.
Because we broke the 100-mile barrier. We're finally past 100 miles on the engine. I can get into it maybe half throttle now, and I can rev it to about 4,000 RPMs, which breaks out right at 55 mile an hour. I can't quite beat on this bike yet, but the little bit that I'm opening it up, I'm having so much fun on this little Sportster. Doesn't get much more American than the United States Steel, right? Dude, in that plant, there is legit, there is a bald eagle's nest in the back part of that steel mill, okay? Look it up. They have cameras.
Kev, I don't know where you went. Take a picture of it. They have cameras. I'm going to look it up. We'll show it. That's amazing. Thanks for letting me know that. I didn't know. Where'd you go? I'm going to message you when this is over.
Cameras on it. There's a fucking bald eagle's nest in that plant. America, okay? And that goes along with, like I said, these plants used to not be so great for the environment in the 70s and 80s, but 60s, 50s, of course, too. But they've really cleaned things up. It's not the way it used to be. And this here would be the truck entrance.
They have.
There's guys now, they're either loaded with coil or they're waiting to get their loads. When you get down in there, there's a big giant truck parking lot. Yeah, see, he's got on that trailer, he's got big coils of sheet metal, basically. All right, how far are you?
Okay, buddy, you fucked the end of your live up. We're going to put that there. We're going to go back. Isn't that interesting? Did you guys like seeing where I'm from? You just went through a ride through some of my stomping grounds. I've lived all over that area, in the hood, not in the hood, in the areas he showed, in the areas across the bridge. It's a very small area that all connects together, and that's what I've been. There's country right up where he came up over the hill, over the bridge. If you go just a little farther, it's all beautiful country land in Elizabeth. But let me go to this other video, because I'm going to help him put this out. Although he won't give names and things, I'll get them. I'll put the name out for you, Kev. All right. Oh, and he's also helping me look into the Hunter Biker shit up in New York. I sent him some info yesterday. Not a whole lot, but we'll be sending more. And he believes me about my family because he knows the same people I know our whole lives. But anyways, let's go.
Hey, good evening. Welcome to my office. This is where the videos get edited and pieced together for Phoenix Motorsports. I'm making this video this evening with a very heavy heart, and I feel like I need to expose something that really didn't get enough media coverage. This is seriously probably the 5th time I've reshot this. I get a little emotional on this, but it needs to come out there. Before we get started, I want you to know that any information can be looked up on PA Docs. It could be looked up on Megan's Law Registry. All right, let's get going here. So there was a fella that used to go on a lot of charity rides, and I was on a bunch of them with him. He actually had his own charity ride benefiting Children's Hospital. I rode in that. I donated to that. So this one hits home, and it just infuriates me.
Let me tell you why this bothers me and why it brought my attention. My son's a 2-time heart transplant recipient. Although he's in his 20s, things like this donate to Children's Hospital, and that's where I raised my child. So I agree with him here, and I think this man needs to be outed. I'm gonna get his fucking name.
To me, I'm sorry if I swear a little. I'm sorry if some emotions come out. I'm going to try to keep this as anonymous as possible, and I'm going to need you to do your homework and look it up if you live in the Mon Valley area. This is some important stuff to know. All right? I'm going to include some screenshots of conversations with people. The motorcycle community around here runs pretty deep. We all know each other. We all ride together, and now via social media, we are all connected. So I got some stuff printed out here. Let's start off with the entire thing. Now, this person went by Joker. He would ride his motorcycle around in a Joker outfit, hair dyed green, makeup, face paint, all that stuff. His motorcycle was painted up, and he would do charity rides. I've taken his real name off of this because I really need you to look this up for yourself. That's him without the makeup. I'm going to leave his name out of this just for my own protection. I don't need to get sued. But he's definitely registered, and he is a tier.
Welcome to my world. We're a little different there. I told you that. Fucking sue me. I've been through 5 of them, Kevin. You'll see as you watch my shit.
3 sex offender. Look that up and find out what that is, and you'll be as pissed off as I am. I happen to know someone that he briefly dated. When this all came out on social media that the man is a sex offender, I couldn't believe it. So I started digging, and I couldn't find him on the registry. Well, I had noticed that through social media, he had posted about basically being ghosted by a girl he was dating. Well, I happen to know this girl through the motorcycle community, so I reached out to her and asked her what was going on about it. And well, I blotted things out so that you can keep everything anonymous as possible. But at the end of this, you're going to see some screenshots, and instead of you trying to pause it, I'm going to read to you bits of the conversation, and I apologize right now if I get a little emotional. Okay, so I asked her what's going on with this dude. I want to know what's up. I rode with him and shit. I want to find out if he's a piece of shit. What's the deal? Well, there was a Facebook post calling him out. And you'll see that screenshot. Apparently, he set his family on her page to attack her, the girl that accused him. It's pretty interesting, because at the time, I believe she was 18. So, mind you, this man was 57 at the time. So interesting. This is her. A friend of mine had to stop him from talking to his 15-year-old daughter over TikTok. This is a man who did charity rides for children. He's talking to 15-year-olds on TikTok. He's 58. I was guessing that is the girl you're asking about. I replied with, I don't know, man. Whoever's accusing, I just want to do some digging and find out the truth. I had said, well, the gossip is she was 18. Well, her response, no, he groomed her from 16 and started having sex to 17. He's an uncaught pedo, but that is a choice you make to believe or not. But I would never let my kids around him. That is why when he started pushing the issue and wanting me to come here, I stepped back. Then when that girl told me everything, it made sense. And then watching how he talks to girls on TikTok, I'm like, no, I'm good. I'll stay single. First of all, if you're over like 35, what are you doing on TikTok? Come on. And he told her age is just a number, all that, And I said, well, yeah, age is just a number, but as far as that goes, that number starts at 18. Dude is being accused of some shit. I looked at the registry for Megan's Law, and I can't find his name. I said, yeah.
For that, we'll wait to go to trial.
Listen, we're not going to say the state, but or names. Listen to this story Boo just told me. You know how the Wells always left their children at home alone at the ages 13, 11, 10, 8, 5, whatever the fuck they were? Boo was just telling me a story of another state. I'm not going to say what it
Florida.
is. Florida. Fucking shut up. I don't want people to know who you are.
You already know, dude. They put two and two together.
Alright. Anyways, he was in Florida before he came up here, and he's going back to Florida. He's just here for a quick couple months. He came here to sober up from drinking and
No,
some
shut
other
up.
things.
No, I didn't.
He's like a brother to me. We all care about each other deeply from where we're from. But anyways, he was telling me a story about in Florida. There was a 13 and 18-year-old left alone.
No, 13 and 8.
8. That's what I said.
No, you said 18.
No, 13 and 8-year-old left alone at home. Now, in the state of Pennsylvania, 13 is the age you can babysit. Do you know how long they were left alone for? An hour? And the cops showed up at their house and removed their children. So I would like to know, with the police knowing that Dawn and Candace left their children at home often, why them children were not removed much sooner. It might have prevented Summer from going missing. But at 13, to me, that's odd, because in our state, that's the babysitting age. I don't know.
He told me that is the reason he got a vasectomy. He didn't want kids with anyone young. Really? Think about that for a second. Just let that sink in. I'm just talking back and forth a little bit, the important parts of this here. I don't do many rides, mainly with my boss, a couple of his business associates, and some friends of mine. So she says, no, she has mental issues, and he used that to his advantage. And yeah, it's all coming out. That's why I wanted no part of being with him. I have my kids to worry about. I said, yeah, that makes more sense. Because for real, most normal girls that age would laugh at a dude like him. Well, he's 57, you know, unless they got some kind of mental issues or was abused by an older man. Her reply was, yeah, he was all proud of being with her. And when I asked him about it in person and about her being 16 when he started talking to her, he smiled about it. Really? Like, yeah. So you'll see his picture. You'll see what he really looks like. You'll see what he looks like in the makeup. And to my knowledge, and this is just gossip, but he was given a talking to.
We drinking beer here, beer there.
But we drank very young. We were super early drinkers.
I never really liked drinking, dude.
You drank with
I
us.
drank, but I didn't drink a lot.
But tell these people how much our group used to drink as children.
Every day.
Every day. How young were we?
13, 14.
11? 10?
I wasn't that young.
How old was Frankie? 8?
I don't know.
How old was
I was
Cregan?
like 14, maybe 15.
So how old was Cregan and Frankie? Think about that.
14, 13.
No. I was 14. I'm your age. They're younger than us.
12, I guess.
We all started drinking around the ages of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I didn't stop drinking until I was well into my 30s. And we drank a lot. Like, a lot. Party balls. Every day. On these riverbanks, he's showing you. He showed you, Kevin.
Yeah, the Joker thing is over. The motorcycle thing is done. We don't want to see you riding around here. And it just resurfaced here on social media that, like, yeah, He's on social media and he should not be. So I'm gonna post up some screenshots. Do with it what you will. Please, once again, I tell you, look this up for yourself. Mon Valley, Clayton, Pennsylvania. Look at the registry yourself. Make your own decisions. I'm sickened by this. I really am. Like, I'm actually infuriated. I don't.
I don't think so, Glenn. I don't think, to me, Bill Benton looks like the kind of person who would be sleeping with Brandis. Now, Bill Shipley, yeah, maybe. Bill Benton, no. However, we have heard Fred say that Benton has lived on the Wells property at several times. We hear Dawn say, oh, they lived around here, around the corner. There's stories of Bill staying in sheds, but I do believe Benton connects up here because of his wife Vicky. I can't prove it yet. Their faces both look very familiar to me. I'm gonna fucking see if it is. What bothers me is the fact that these two individuals haven't come out to fucking disclaim anything yet. Neither has Stanley Dykes. I just shared a Dykes family member with you guys. The whole beginning of my life was nothing but about her. The addiction that runs rampant in these families. Okay. So, did we finish this? No. Let him finish.
It blows my mind. It really does. And just wanted to come on here and talk about it. Yeah, let's roll in them screenshot footage. And really soon here, I don't know if you like this kind of thing, let me know, man. I have a friend who is a president of a motorcycle club that helps abused kids. And he has to get the blessing of the panel of people, however that works. And if he does, we're going to do a little sit down. He's going to talk about his club. We may even have him on here live. This is an issue that for me hits home, and I support them guys any way I can. So we will see you in a video soon. Hopefully something more upbeat. What we'll do, what Phoenix Motorsports does, we'll take old motorcycles and rise to the ashes and ride again. And as I said before, on social media, I can be found at Kevin Baumgartner, also Kevin6154. One word, Stout House, SIX. Questions on working on motorcycles. It's what I do, right? It's my hobby and my passion. I'm a motorcycle mechanic and an avid motorcycle rider. I will help you in any way I can. Thanks for watching, and let's check out that footage.
There's the screenshots from the girl. Now I'm going to go share his link. Please, if you're into motorcycles or anything he covers, this man is interesting. I ain't seen him from forever, and I am personally, he has 2,000 subs, very close to me. And I am amazed by his YouTube and the things he does. And it was so eye-opening to see somebody from home still, oh, look, he has a bonus footage. Damn it, he probably got music in it. I'm not going to keep doing this. I'm going to have to ask him where he gets his music from and show him how to get good free music that you don't get copyright for. But if you want a good guy, Kevin is one of them. Here's his YouTube channel. He does things like fixing bikes and showing you our area, the things he does. If you're into motorcycles, if you're avid, please. Here he is in Murraysville. Good dude. Very, very, very good dude. So sub up to him. All right. So now what I'm going to do is, I know today has been way different. Give me a minute here. I know today has been a way different sort of live. I'm not going anywhere on board today. I have nothing to do, nothing in my life right now. Um, so we are going to get strictly to like some Benny content and things like that, but I wanted to make sure I took my little bit of time to give the Tupac trials coming up to stand cat. Just happened to my computer. Hold on, guys. My cat's over here jumping around, fucking shit up. Give me 1 minute. You love your animals, but they're bad. Animals are bad, and she's so old. She can't jump up on a desk like she used to. So she jumps up on his chair, onto the desk, onto my cricket on the shelf, then jumps down and she knocks everything over, my coffee. So when I'm live, I can't have her in here. So don't think I hate my cat. I don't. She just is old and falls and clumsy and can't do the things she used to. Okay, so what I want to do, let me get rid of this tab. I was last night, we'll start here. I didn't see this one yet. This was a full interview, 17 out, well, it's more than 17 hours, less than 24 hours ago, that Dwayne Keefe D talks one-on-one before Tupac Shakur's murder trial. It's a 22-minute video, and I figured we could watch some of this. I had some other stuff pulled up, but a short. We're not going to watch a whole lot of it. We're just going to watch a little clip of it. And then I'm going to show you the proof that this happened and that Pac didn't have to die. You know what? Let's do that first. Share this tab. Did I go back?
They were big enough to say.
Wow. Thank you, Clear Choice. I got my.
Was part of this whole East.
That's where I was going.
Now the top guy, Keefe D, was a top guy who was able to say, because not just anybody could say, go shoot Pac. They know, the gang knows you're going to have a certain amount of blowback coming back at you, right? They're going to point their guns back at you. So you have to be a big enough guy to be able to say, we can handle it with them. We'll be ready when they come back for us. So he was that level of guy. So, I mean, if you're a prosecutor in Nevada, how can you have somebody running around the country talking about, I committed that murder, I orchestrated that murder, I made that murder happen, and you don't do anything about
Totally
it? Like the problem is all Keefe ran his mouth until they came and got him.
So
all he had to do was shut up.
All he had to do was shut up, didn't want to, and what have you. What do you think gets accomplished with his conviction? Assuming it happens.
Assuming he is convicted, the person who is as deeply responsible for Pac's murder as the person who pulled the trigger, that other person who okayed the murder, that person is brought to justice.
What about those who would look at this?
And let me just say one thing that you don't know about, that because was when Pac was murdered, this was part of this whole East.
That's where I was going. That's where I was going.
And one thing. Okay, we can go there. The day after Pac was shot, he had already planned to meet with Nas in Vegas and talk about how can we work together to end this East-West thing. And they were big enough to say to all the other rappers, like, okay, it's done. And then people would listen to them. So the end of the East-West thing was cut short, the potential end was cut short because of this murder. Not just the genius work that Tupac made, but the entire war was about to end because of Pac and Nas, and Keefe D gets in the way of that.
Well, refresh our memory.
I agree. I agree with that. Last night I was flabbergasted because I never knew that portion. I didn't know that there was supposed to be a meeting between Nas Does anybody know who Nas is? Nas saying, this is probably going to take some of my shit away. We'll play a clip. He was really big for Ether. Ether, or if I ruled the world, I can't sing. He's saying that. Here's Ether. Oh, of course.
Pests are terrible guests.
So Ether was a diss track
So before they move in,
about Jay-Z. So at this time, Nas was having battles with Jay-Z on the California side. Now, Jay-Z was what? Involved in Def Jam? I have to go back and look. But Dre had bought Def Jam or Def Row off of, I don't want to get my facts wrong. It's been a long time since the 90s. But Dre had bought Def Row off of Suge Knight, right? And then Def Jam is created, and all this shit's going on with Jay-Z and Nas. And well, Nas had a meeting set up with PAC. Could you imagine the collaborations and the amazing music that could have came from that meeting if they could have just squashed shit instead of PAC having to die? Here's a bit. I'll play a bit of Ether.
What's up, niggas? Hey, yo, I know you ain't talking about me, dog. You? What? Fuck Jay-Z. You been on my...
Okay. So if you can remember that song, you will remember the battles. Now, let's go to Greg Nice. I don't know. I forget who Greg Nice is. But we're going to listen to this 10-minute video of him. I have 10 minutes left to cover PAC today. I was going to do an hour, but I want to get to summer. So we're going to listen to this. Actually, no, I do want to listen to this Keithy Dwayne. I'm still going to stay for the 2 hours of summer content. Just so you guys know, I just want to make sure I get this out because I am going to cover the trial. So here is Greg Nice. We're going to listen to this. He's going to tell you at the very end of this video. He's interviewing. No, is this wrong? Hold on, wait. This ain't what I want. Is it? I have the wrong video pulled up. Please forgive me. That ain't what I wanted to show you. Give me 1 second here. I actually had a video of Nas. Here we go. This is a 3-minute video. But I didn't want to show you Greg Nice. That's another day. We're not going to do that today. Here we go.
Real quick.
I would too.
Is it true that you and PAC once crossed paths in Central Park during when things were really heated? And what's the real PAC Nas relationship? What was it?
I mean, we would see each other in passing, really, you know, and it was brotherly. It was brotherly, and I heard Snoop told the story a few times, but he had it wrong a little bit. He had said that Pac stepped to me, and rest in peace, Pac. But you know, he was in New York, and there was a lot of tension flaring, right? And nobody was really there, and I think he had got into it with Jungle, my brother, at the award show. I seen him backstage. I'm like, do your thing. He's like, and you do yours. I said, see, I know it's some funny, you know what I'm saying?
It was one of those like side out the neck joint. Like, you do yours, my G.
Yeah. He was about to go present an award, so he really couldn't turn around and get with me and talk to me, but because he's about to walk on. But I'm walking backstage and I see him and I'm like, yo, all right, do your thing. He's like, and you do yours, because he knew where I was coming from really wasn't an all love place because there was a rumor of Machiavelli coming out. And so I was really want to check the temperature with him. And but it turned up. My brother and them, they seen them in Outlaws, and shout out to the Outlaws, man. And they had some words or whatever. So we went to
So the Outlaws at this time, if you remember and go all the way back, PAC went to New York way before being unalived. He was pewed in an elevator in a record studio in New York way before. I'd have to pull up the dates. I don't remember. But Junior Mafia was there. And then PAC came in and brought in the Outlaws. So this is some of what Nas is talking about. This would be around that time.
It's an old story, man. So at that point, it was necessary for us to address the situation because they was in the city, and we had to step to our business.
And so there was a little bit of tension for real in real life. It wasn't just a rumor. It was
a lot of tension. It was a lot of tension. They was in New York, and it was, they was testing. Their chest was out. They was doing their thing, Death Row side. So we had to go and step to them.
And was there a real conversation between you two that quelled it?
Oh yeah. We had a great convo, man. He was like, he explained that he thought I was dissing him, and he thought, and I on the song The Message. You know what I'm saying? He thought I was dissing him. And, I heard that he was dissing me at clubs.
You tell me if you
he thought the fake thugs, no love, right? The first line of The Message? Wow, I never even knew that was a thing.
It was a diss.
The last person I was even thinking about when I wrote that record, it was just going. You know what I'm saying? It was just going at everybody. Just
believe it.
So he thought that, and then
my opinion.
I was like, well, I heard you was coming at me. I said, no, that was about you, but I heard you was coming at me, back and forth. And he was like, yo, Nas, we brothers, man. We're not supposed to go through this. And I was like, that's what I'm saying. Like, so we had a plan to squash it in Vegas. So I was out there when he was in the hospital, and, praying for him to come through. But rest in peace to PAC. Yeah, that was a moment.
So Nas was in Vegas. When Keefe D and his crew unalived PAC. Nas was meant to meet. I would like to hear, I want to see, before we move on, let me see something. I don't want to make no assumptions. Oh man, I want to dig into this. This wasn't my content today. Got me thinking. Nothing to do with nobody's murder. Keefe says he didn't kill Tupac or Biggie, but can. No. Okay, so I'm going to dig. I don't have the time to do it right now, but I'm going to dig, and I want to find out if Nas ever spoke on Keefe D. Because did Nas pass money to Keefe D? What, you're in Vegas, you're planning on speaking with PAC, you know where he's going to be. PAC has now told you he's going to be in Vegas when you're there at the Tyson fight. Got my wheels grinding a little bit of speculating. Okay. Anyways, you hear him say they were going to meet.
Man, many. I was like, well, I heard you was coming at me. I said, no, that wasn't about you, but I heard you was coming at me, back and forth. And he was like, yo, Nas, we brothers, man. We're not supposed to go through this. And I was like, that's what I'm saying. Like, so we had a plan to squash it in Vegas. So I was out there when he was in the hospital, and, praying for him to come through. But, rest in peace to PAC. Yeah.
I was out there when he was in the hospital. So where was you the night before? At what point did you show up Who invited you as an enemy to the hospital? Did you go to the hospital? Boy, I got some fucking questions for Nas thinking about that. All right. We're going to move on. Let me go to where I just was. Damn it. Let me go to my history again. We're going to watch this interview. This is recent within the last 24 hours. This was taken with Fox 5, Las Vegas. This is Keefy D doing some dumb shit, if you ask me. Speaking before a trial, these things can be used. They can bring them in as motions into the trial, the things that Keefy D is saying. This dude don't know how to keep his fucking mouth shut. This is why he's going down in the first place. I shared that interview with you guys the other day. We're still going to finish. I wish that I had more people watching because I would go share it now and spend way more fucking time on this. But this is the kind of shit that got Keefy D in trouble in the motherfucking first place. Writing the book, getting on DJ Vlad, doing all this crazy fucking yapping, right? So now he's trying to save his own ass. He's saying, I'm not guilty, but he's doing interviews with everybody. And this is the type of shit, this is him hindering his own motherfucking case like a fucking idiot. But let's go listen to the latest 20-minute interview from Keefy D.
The trial's coming up in a few days. How are you holding up?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Best I can. Yep. So how you doing?
Getting ready for the trial as well. So I read your book, Compton Street Legend, that you co-authored. Why did you feel the need to tell your story? And when you wrote it, did you ever imagine the situation you'd be in now?
I didn't write that book. I just told him 10 things in my life and I gave him some pictures. He did read.
Just the other day, we heard him say, well, I wrote it because they paid me $150,000. Now he's saying, I ain't write that book. No, I just gave pictures. This is an example of changing stories. Tell me again this man ain't fucking guilty of killing America's most poetic rapper out there.
Research and stuff like that. Him and my lawyer did that book. My lawyer died, and I just went on to sign on to it with him. I never read it or nothing.
You were never handed a manuscript to sign off on?
No, I never read the book or nothing. It was already, and him and my lawyer was doing his name was Wayne Higgins, and he passed water in his yard. They was
Not only did he write that book, he promoted the fuck out of it.
Friends, and he got in contact with me, and I was just signed on to him. He gave me like 10 pictures, told me like 10 things that happened in my life, and he added all the adverbs and stuff like that. He did the thing on research. So yeah, I didn't write that book.
Well, I did read it. It mentions some interactions you had with Tupac Shakur. How would you describe your relationship with Tupac before September 1996?
I prefer not to talk about that stuff. I would like to say how my family is in danger and stuff like that, and how I wasn't even in.
His family is not in danger. What put his family in danger was him writing the fucking book and then doing the DJ Vlad interview in the first motherfucking place. At the beginning, you guys listen to this. I need to go find something.
Vegas. I wasn't in Vegas.
So you were not in Las Vegas, you're saying September 7th, 1996?
No, I wasn't. They can't prove I was in Las Vegas. I wasn't in Las Vegas. And, my family is in real danger. They got like two witnesses there's some dangerous dudes. Like they said, my son put out a hit on one of them. His name is Dante Lee. He the one real dangerous. He killed three guys out there in La Mirada, California.
Okay.
And he said my son put out a hit on him. I wouldn't want my son nowhere near him because he get to kill people for free and get out of jail for free. You know what I'm saying? And, they gave him $5,000. Well, we just played them out of $5,000. He's wrong, He's wrong. And then that Reggie Wright Jr., he's threatening my son on the internet. The last few days, he didn't threaten him on the internet. It's wrong. It's wrong.
Could you describe back in the 90s, the tension?
Listen, y'all. Listen. This man just changed everything he ever said just as of the other fucking day. $5,000. He's bringing him Reggie White. Reggie was a big part of shit. Definitely. That was his nephew, right? Ain't that the way I gotta roll? Wait, hold on. I'm going to show you a few things. He just said his family was in danger. Let's hear what he said about his family in court. 2 years ago, on July 23rd, 2024, after his arrest. And then there was the whole thing. He was trying to get bailed out by, I think, somebody who was with DJ Vlad. And they wouldn't allow this guy to bail him out, or something had happened. That's what I was looking for. So let's just hold on a minute here.
They're not only ugly on the outside, but they're ugly on the inside, too.
Dwayne Keefe D. Davis lashing out at prosecutors during another hearing about releasing him on bail.
And you just use something in the box. They just used something in the box from 1996.
Those boxes contain a 2006 interview from a gang member who prosecutors say implicates Davis in Shakur's murder.
He makes that statement 2 years before any confession the defendant ever made.
But speaking...
So did you hear that? That means that they have more evidence than just the book and the interviews this dumb fuck was doing.
Out of turn, Davis says he believes those boxes came from retired LAPD detective Greg Kading, who interviewed Davis as part of the investigation into the death of rapper Notorious B.I.G. In a recorded interview, Davis told Kading what happened in Shakur's case, believing he would have immunity.
The boxes should not be allowed. I've been at his house for 15 years, and he's doing interviews, going in the boxes.
If I remember correctly, they were going to charge Keefe D with something years ago, and they offered him immunity. He had already taken immunity in this case once years ago, and they took the immunity away, and he was really fucking pissed off about it in 2024. He was having outbursts in court. He wanted people to money. He was, what was it? This is why I say when it comes to summer and the books and all that other shit, y'all are about to hear shit. Learn something for Summer's case here, for Ziggy, for Gavel, for Krama, for anybody who might have had fucking some sort of fucking involvement in Summer's case. Listen to what happened in Keefe D's case early on.
While Tuesday's hearing centered on that new evidence, the main reason was Davis's bail, the judge denying Davis's first attempt over concerns the man putting up the more than $112,000 was really a middleman. She also said she was concerned Davis could profit off the alleged crime, but Davis's attorney says no law prevents that until a person is convicted.
Right now, his son, myself, even he can enter into a contract with any media entity and make money on this case.
We quilt this city.
This afternoon, an 8 News Now exclusive before one of the biggest trials in Las Vegas history. A sit-down interview with the man accused in the murder of Tupac Shakur. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis speaking with investigator Vanessa Murphy. A quick note, our team was not allowed to put a microphone on Davis due to security.
Our Brian Horwath was there this morning as Dwayne Keefe D. Davis appeared in court.
Making an appearance in Clark County District Court for the first time, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was without an attorney, wearing a blue jail uniform and shackled. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis's time before 8th Judicial District Judge Tierra Jones at the Regional Justice Center was brief. The arraignment that was scheduled was delayed 2 weeks, time Davis says he needs to get his legal representation in order. Davis was arrested last week for the September 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur, a rap superstar who remains popular the world over to this day. At court Wednesday, Mario Scott, a man who claims to be Shakur's cousin, who was only 9 at the time of the rapper's death, says he wanted to be in the courtroom crowd to show love for his fallen family member, who may finally see justice nearly 3 decades after the fact.
We was young, so we really remember his music, his energy. You know, he was like a bright light shining on, always walking around. And he was a genius before his time.
Davis, admittedly one of 4 men in the drive-by vehicle from which the fatal shots were fired, faces a murder count with a gang enhancement. He's the only person to ever be charged in Tupac's homicide. Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson says he expects Davis to plead not guilty when he's...
That's because the one he just mentioned, his nephew, they're all dead. Keefe D's the last surviving person that was in that court. It's about time somebody takes accountability for Tupac.
He's arraigned later this month.
Nothing will occur in the next couple of weeks until the next court appearance when his lawyer appears.
Present in the courtroom for Davis's appearance, Wolfson says he likes to size up defendants in cases where the stakes are so high.
I like to see the person in person, because on these cases, it's usually me that makes the ultimate decision on how to proceed. So I like to look at a person who's being charged with a crime in such a high-profile case.
Davis is scheduled to be back in court October 19th. He will continue to be held without bail. Reporting from the Regional Justice Center, I'm Brian Horwath.
Of a hip-hop legend fights to be released from jail ahead of his high-profile murder trial after he says he secured the thousands of dollars to make his bail.
And so any conversation that you had with your wife at that time was in an effort just to...
So this was... We're gonna watch this. Fuck it. I'm staying here for hours. We'll get to summer. I fucking promise. I don't care whether people watch or not. I think it's important now to go back and listen while we watch this other interview to this first bail hearing for Keefe D. This was fucking amazing to me. I can't even believe this man had the audacity to try to get the bail money the way he did while making money off of the death of Tupac. He secured himself a story, a deal with, I think it was somebody at DJ Vlad. Let's listen. In order to get out of bail. I want you to listen to this shit. It is absolutely fucking, this court hearing is memorable, in my opinion.
Get her to comply with the bond process.
That's right. I wanted to come home because I got cancer. You know, I just called it that. And here eating y'all processed food. You know, I had colon cancer right here. And it's not in the movie this side. A lot of this processed food. They don't sell no fruit. You know, it's just terrible. Fake potatoes, fake milk, fake everything.
Dude was in there like, I need to get out of here because I got cancer. They're serving me processed food. That's important. You deserve proper nutrition in prison. You deserve to be in prison. They have medical staff in prisons that make sure of that. If there's ever an emergency, they'll take care of you. But fuck you and your cancer. You took somebody's fucking life. Hey, I'm just saying. Eat the fucking processed food, dude, and choke on it.
They ain't good for an ex-cancer patient. Now I got it again. They took me to the hospital, UNMC, on the 5th of May. He came to my cell and said, Mr. Davis, hurry up and get dressed. You need emergency service. So I went over there. They did all the CAT scans and stuff. And they referred me to my cancer doctor. So I went to see him on the 8th of May. He said, did you do a colonoscopy in a week, CAT scan in 2 weeks, PET scan in 3 weeks? They haven't came here to do nothing. I'm in a life situation, and I would say anything to save my life.
After spending nearly 9 months behind bars, former Southside Compton Crips gang member Dwayne Davis, better known as Keefe D, informed the courts he can now pay the $750,000 it'll take to get him out of jail as he awaits trial for murder. Davis has been in a Las Vegas jail since his September 2023 arrest and a long-awaited breakthrough in a case that shocked and devastated the hip-hop community, the 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur. But despite getting the money to afford his bail, it doesn't guarantee Davis will be released from jail. With Davis months away from his murder trial, in a recent bail hearing, the topic of where the bail money came from sparked some courtroom drama, as the defense called a single witness to testify before the judge, a man named Cash Jones, aka music producer Whack 100, who helped provide the money needed to bail out Keefe D.
Mr. Jones, what was the amount that you paid for the bail bond premium in this case?
$112,000. It was 15% of whatever the $750 was.
Okay,
$112,000 and some odd dollars.
$500, is that correct?
$112,500, yes sir, yes sir.
And you paid that out of your business?
Yes sir.
And what's your business name, sir?
100 Entertainment.
And you're the sole owner of that business, is that correct?
Yes sir.
And that business is a business license to do business in the state of Nevada.
Yes sir.
And how long have you had that business?
Roughly 8 years maybe.
And again, you used the proceeds from that business and you provided us with the documents showing that those amounts were taken from your business account. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Mr. Davis, sir?
I know him through passing. I know his son. I know him. We sat down and talked a few times. In general, about personal things. He was having this bout with cancer, and personal things, industry stuff. Just regular conversation. He's always been a monumental guy in our community. Conversation. So and I've helped several people in our community, whether it was funerals, whether it was for bail. In this situation, I know his cancer has been. I don't know if it's come out of remission or been speaking with his son. I know he's having an issue in there, so I'll let the help in hand.
But when it came time for the state to question Jones on his motives for posting bail for the former gang member, prosecutors believed Jones to be a middleman, only agreeing to post the bail in exchange for a TV series about Davis's life.
All right, and so the other thing you say in the letter that you
Here it is.
Mr. Arnold provided to us is that
Okay. It was about a TV series. I want you to listen to this. Pay attention. This is where it gets really important, and this is where you're going to hear what this motherfucker is saying today. Is literally telling you he's lying, and this shit is going to be used against him in court. I fucking promise you, we're going to hear about this dumb shit this dumb fuck does. You dumbass fucking criminal, like, I'm sure the Crips are now like, man, why did we choose that guy? I don't fucking know.
the money is a gift and Mr. Davis is not obligated to repay. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. Do you have any contract between you and Mr. Davis?
Not as of yet.
Okay. Do you have any financial agreement with Mr. Davis?
Not as of yet.
Do you have any financial agreement with his son?
No, I don't know.
So this guy gets straight caught lying. Watch, or not, I don't know. I don't remember the details of this, but I know that this proves fucking KVD, what he said just 24 hours ago, fucking wrong as fuck. So we're gonna listen.
I want him to come work for me. That's what he want to do, to try to get him out the streets.
Now, so are there any stipulations that you have with Mr. Davis in order to put up this money for him?
Well, my stipulation with the bail bond, but I definitely want him to be on house arrest to protect myself.
Now, have you ever said you were thinking about getting Mr. Davis out with the stipulation that you do a series with him?
We've had talks and conversations just about what would be a series, as the BMF series, and just in question, in general conversation, talking about his life story. But I'm not in TV land, I'm in music. I don't do TV.
Okay.
I've never done a television show or any of that. I do music streaming, diapers, stuff like that.
Okay, so I just want to be very clear about this. Have you ever stated that you planned on getting Mr. Davis out as long as he did a stipulation with you to do a television series with you?
Oh, I have said this story would be a very interesting story. As if Orlando Anderson's story would be a very interesting story. As if the BMS story, as if my story. We talk about it, everybody talks about it, but again, that's not my lane. If that's what he chooses to do, then that's what he chooses to do. That's not what I do.
If someone were to say that the money provided here to bail Mr. Davis out is not from you, would that be the truth or a lie?
Be a lie.
Okay. If someone,
I didn't send the money, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Saying I'm not the one providing the funds?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be a lie.
If someone said you are being used as a front, would that be the truth or a lie?
That would be a lie.
If someone says you are a middleman in this transaction, would that be a truth or a lie?
That would be a lie.
If somebody said that there's a movie company putting up the money for you, would that be the truth or a lie?
What company?
A movie company.
No, that would be a lie.
Okay. So your testimony is you're not a middleman.
I'm not a what?
A middleman.
No, I have no contracts with any movie companies. I've never had a contract with a movie company. I've never done television. It's not my thing. I'm actually moving out of entertainment into the diaper business. I have a company called Incredible Diapers. I have contracts in Congo, Nigeria, Amazon, Walmart, and clothing. So I'm really moving away from entertainment. These are things you think I can provide documents, MOUs, contracts for.
No, and I appreciate that, Mr. Jones.
His lawyer did an interview recently and said KPD is a liar. He made up all this stuff just to make some money for people like, me, for interviews and to get out of a serious drug case. He was never in Las Vegas. All this is fake. And he's not connected to Tupac's murder at all. Yeah, I believe him. You believe him? Do I believe him? That's up to law enforcement. That's I'm not gonna say. That's up to law enforcement. Be home in the next 5 days. I'm going better now. You gonna bail out KPD? Yeah, it's only 75. Because $1 million bond is 750. 750, so you got to put 35. Yeah, I've been thinking about going to get him and put the stipulations that I do series on it. People watching. Yeah.
Prosecutors say Jones wanting to record interviews with Davis both pre and post release would violate the judge's request for Davis not to profit from his statements on the case. Let's pause this story for a quick second to give a thanks to our sponsors. If you know us at Law and Crime, you also know our story.
So we're not going to go all the way through this. What I'm showing you is Keefe D wanted to benefit. He wanted to, before I forget, Crystal, did you watch? No, I did not. Send me the link right now. We can watch it together if it's not too long. I might have. I don't know. I watch her stuff often and I might have. Okay, so anyways, what you see here is Keefe was trying to sell rights. If he got out on bail, if he got out of these charges, he knew he was going to get out. He was going to make this movie. He was going to do these interviews. This guy was going to put up the bail. It was set up through his kids. I believe they had phone calls about it and all kinds of shit. Why I show this and show you this with Summer is because if any one of these people that did profit or wanted to profit or tried to profit, Netflix, let's say Dawn and Candace, are guilty. They end up being guilty in Summer's case. Okay? And they profited in any way. Jody Sue. Even the $16 shirt she sold while searching for Summer. If Jody Sue ends up guilty in any way, all this money they profited, they're going to be fucked for. Let's listen to this just for one more minute. I got a text message.
Stories show sometimes start by easily submitting a claim
At that point, was the bond posted?
No, sir.
What was the reason that your wife came down to have that discussion with you in regards to Mr. Jones? And that cash
She said,
bond.
she said, I'm not signing a paper for
And when she said that she didn't like him, who was she referring to?
Kenneth Jones. Her family has problems with it. I don't like them. She was like, sell out. That's what she said. I was just telling her to throw her off, get her off my food, get her off my back. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to look like no wolf, her or her family, you know.
Let me ask the question. Did you think at that time in the bond process that your wife's signature was necessary for you to be released?
Yes, sir.
And so in the effort to convince her to go ahead and get her signature, what did you tell her in regards to Mr. Jones?
I said, he don't have nobody like that to put up. It's two of the people is just so she can sign the bond and leave, leave that here. She was saying I was set up and put the whole page.
Okay, did you come to find out that you did not need her signature to enter into the bond process?
Found out just following when she became a pension.
And so any conversation that you had with your wife at that time was in an effort just to get her to comply with the bond process?
That's right. I wanted to come home. I got cancer. I just called it back. And here eating y'all processed food. I had told her that's already. And it's now that you move to this side, this processed food. They don't sell no fruit. It's terrible. Fake potatoes, fake milk, fake everything. It ain't good for an ex-cancer patient. Now I got it again. They took me to the hospital. UMC on the 5th of May. He came to my cell and said, Mr. Davis, hurry up and get dressed. You need emergency service. So I went over there. They did all CAT scans and stuff. And they referred me to my cancer doctor. So I went to see him on the 8th of May. He said, did you do a colonoscopy in a week, CAT scan in 2 weeks, a PET scan in 3 weeks. They haven't came here to do nothing. I'm in a life situation, and I would say anything to save my life.
At the time of Davis's arrest nearly a year ago, authorities would call Davis a shot caller, saying he orchestrated a plan that would later be carried out. So let's go back to nearly 30 years ago to that fatal night of September 7th, 1996. Tupac and Death Row Records CEO Suge Knight were attending a Mike Tyson fight in Las Vegas, Nevada. Also in attendance was Keefe D and his nephew Orlando Anderson, as well as other gang members from the Southside Crips. Anderson reportedly had conflict with members of Death Row's entourage and rival gang, the Mob Piru. As both groups were leaving the fight at the MGM Hotel, members of Death Row Records spotted Anderson and a brawl broke out. Hotel surveillance footage from that night shows Tupac repeatedly kicking and punching Anderson. Investigators say once Keefe D found out about the fight, he allegedly devised a plan for revenge. Tupac and Suge Knight were planning to head to an after party, but tragically would never make it. As Suge Knight with Tupac in the passenger seat drove down the Las Vegas Strip, they were caught at a red light. A white Cadillac pulled up next to them. Then gunfire erupted. Knight was grazed by a bullet fragment and sustained minor injuries. However, the case wasn't the same for the California Love rapper, who was shot multiple times in the drive-by. He died a week later in the hospital. While Tupac's death seemingly went unsolved for decades, investigators would trace the crime back to Keefe D, who had long been known to police as one of 4 suspects identified early in the investigation.
It has taken countless hours, really decades, of work by the men and women of our homicide section to get to where we are today. Several of those detectives that are standing here with us include Detective Cliff Mogg, the lead detective on this case. He is now retired. While I know there's been many people who did not believe that the murder of Tupac Shakur was important to this police department, I'm here to tell you that was simply not the case. It was not the case back then, and it is not the case today. Our goal at LVMPD has always been to hold those accountable and responsible for Tupac's violent murder accountable. Just like we do for every homicide victim in our city. Every single victim, every life that is lost is important and remains a priority to this police department. As we methodically built this case to move forward with an arrest, it was also important that at the same time, we're building towards a successful prosecution. We work closely with our esteemed district attorney, Steve Wolfson, in his office to ensure that is going to happen. Mr. Davis's own words reinvigorated our case in 2018. I'm going to give you some of those details, and I'm going to introduce to you our homicide lieutenant, Jason Johansson, and he will provide you many of the details on how we got here today.
My homicide section handled this investigation from its onset and for a short amount of time. And within a short amount of time, what we knew was that we were working a gang investigation where our victims, our witnesses, and our suspects were all from Southern California and not local to Las Vegas. Within the first few months of the investigation, our detectives knew most of the information I just briefed you on. However, we never had the necessary evidence to bring this case forward and present it for criminal charges. As time went on, this case had been reviewed multiple times by different investigators assigned to my section, but it wasn't until 2018 that this case was reinvigorated as additional information came to light related to this homicide. Specifically, Dwayne Davis's own admissions to his involvement in this homicide investigation that he provided to numerous different media outlets. In our section, we knew at this time that this was likely our last time to take a run at this case to successfully solve this case and bring forth a criminal charge. It was at that time that this case was assigned to Cliff Mogg, a detective within my homicide section. And over the last 5 years, my section worked closely, hand in hand with the Clark County District Attorney's Office and followed a systematic investigative plan over the last 5 years. We've conducted countless interviews and corroborated numerous facts that were not only consistent with the crime scene on the night of the incident, but also corroborated and were consistent with the sequence of events that night. This ultimately led to us procuring a search warrant which was executed at Mr. Davis's residence in Henderson, Nevada. And following the execution of that search warrant, In close coordination with the District Attorney's Office, this case was presented to the grand jury, which ultimately led to Davis being indicted on charges of murder.
Keefe D was one of 4 men inside the vehicle where the shots came from, riding with Terrence Brown as the driver, as well as Orlando Anderson and DeAndre Smith in the back seat. Over the years, Keefe D reportedly blabbed about being involved in the murder of Tupac. In Davis's 2019 tell-all memoir titled Compton Street Legend, he admitted to providing the gun used in the drive-by shooting. He said he was in the front passenger seat of the Cadillac and slipped the gun into the back seat where the shots were fired from, even implicating his own nephew, Orlando Anderson, in the murder, saying he was one of 2 people in the back seat. He would reiterate those claims in an Art of Dialogue interview posted to YouTube in 2021, nearly 2 years before his arrest.
The homies like, man, they've been advertising all week. They're gonna be at the 662 Club.
Yeah.
Do a little thing at their concert after party.
So this is,
So
we gotta
went up
watch
there.
this too. This was the
And
first.
we waited about an hour. They didn't ever show up.
Uh-huh.
We left. Went to the liquor store. Got us some drinks.
You know, there's a lot of rumors surrounding that Glenview. I remember early on, a lot of people were accusing Suge of making a deal to have this done. There was a lot of royalty fights. Pac wanted to leave death row at the time. I think he was on his way out the door. I can't remember. Man, it's been so fucking long. I kind of like last minute decided to cover this case, and I'm sure as I go on, I'll start remembering things from back then, like names. And he mentioned a name before. I can't remember what it was, and I remember that guy's name, but I don't remember what he did. Orlando's the one that was, yeah, like gang stuff. Well, here's something I've been looking up. Let's see, what am I getting? Hold on a minute, guys. Hold on. I gotta mute. He's running up to the store for me. My husband's getting a couple things for the house. Coffee. I need coffee. I need fucking coffee. That's what, did you guys see me here? I'm over here pounding things. I'm out of weed, coffee. I need a few things. But anyways, yeah, like gang stuff. That's what I was getting ready to say. Let me go to my chat GPT. No, I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to get into that as I cover this case. So, one of the things I am fucking absolutely intrigued by is as you watch the DJ Vlad interviews, you see a lot of people that were involved at that time in death row. Every single one of them growing up in an area called, with the Southside Crips, the Pyros. The Pyros were actually, I'm not even going to go look. The Pyros were actually before, and it was a street gang that started. They didn't even realize they were turning into the Crips. They didn't realize what they were doing. It was like, well, these neighborhood kids didn't like this neighborhood kids. Kind of sort of like what I went through growing up. I'm sure everybody in your neighborhood had like, you know, I grew up with these kids and those kids ain't my people. I don't fuck with them. So that's pretty much how these Pyros ended up joining into the Crips. It was the Pyro Street Gang, but it was something that was created way before these, like Keefe D for instance, would have been like second or third generation into the parents. He would have been brought up in this lifestyle when the Crips and Bloods. That's kind of sort of how the Crips and Bloods came about. So when you see Suge opening Death Row, signing all these artists, but all of his employees are Crips, what are you going to put together? Death Row was opened and ran by Crips. Maybe the Bloods. I don't know. I gotta look. I'm a little confused right now, but I did write it up, and we're gonna go through that as I continue to cover this case. I want to get deep into these gangs, but I don't want to go too deep, and So let's finish. I can tell you the history.
All them dudes in that van was acting like hoes and shit. Well, not all of them, but majority of them.
I think you said in your book that you got tired of like hearing them like,
Acting like this dude's from
Look. Here is him confirming his life in this book. He just told us he didn't fucking write. We're gonna go back and listen to that right after this. Listen to this shit. Wait.
Used in the drive-by shooting. He said he was in the front passenger seat of the Cadillac and slipped the gun into the back seat where the shots were fired from, even implicating his own nephew, Orlando Anderson, in the murder, saying he was one of two people in the back seat. He would reiterate those claims in an Art of Dialogue interview posted to YouTube in 2021, nearly 2 years before his arrest.
And the homie's like, man, they've been advertising all week. They're going to be at the 662 Club.
Yeah.
Do a little thing at their concert after party. So we went up there. And we waited about an hour. They didn't ever show up.
Uh-huh.
We left. Went to the liquor store. Got us some drinks. So all them dudes in that van was acting like hoes and shit. Well, not all of them, but, majority of them.
I think you said in your book that you got tired of like hearing them like,
acting like this dude's from the police gonna kill us. Dude, this mother how the police kill you. I'm like, man, him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So you ended up getting in the car with Baby Lane and them?
I got in the car with the homies, yeah. And we ran into them. Went up to the light on Sunset and Flamingo. And dude was acting like he was in a parade or something. And that BMW hanging out the window. Hey, this Tupac, he's Tupac. And then they was hollering for him. And we like, there go that motherfucker. Came up on the side of him. And, yeah, he was hanging out the window. And we just came up on the gutter lane. They was like 13 cars. All of them was black too.
Uh-huh.
I guess Suge had a thing for the black cars that night. So we went over on the side of them.
So somebody else wrote the book.
Yeah, there she wrote.
And I read in the book you said that it looked like you guys rolled up and PAC reached.
Looked like he was reaching, yeah. It looked like he was ready to bust our ass.
So he hands the gun to Orlando.
We was the first one, shit.
Yeah.
Luckiest one, I guess. Hit that corner. Gave a little chase. Boom, boom, boom. Got the busing. We bust back. Jumped up out that motherfucker Cadillac. Put the gun on the tire. Got the gone.
So how did you know Tupac and Suge was in the black BMW?
He was hanging out the window.
Tupac?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
He had half his body out the window. Yeah. Just, that Bay Area.
But he ain't do it. He needs special food for cancer.
Like Ghost Rider whip. They just want to be flamboyant. You know what I'm saying? Want to be seen and shit.
But you said the females was yelling Tupac's name, right?
Yeah, once
that's
he
how
was
we
hanging out the
found
window.
out they was in the car, right?
Tupac, and he was, real he gonna be sitting down instead of.
Excuse me, sir. How old were you when you made your first million?
What is this for?
We're trying to get advice for the younger generation.
I made my first million last year, actually.
What?
Shit on all this shit. All to get fucked. Oh, that's fucked. So I got too fucked up on the phone. Let me get a zoom on. Too fucked. straight representation. Being that he didn't have no time to this, no shit. So, dude, all the hard around. Being government gonna be like, yeah, I don't need the help, nigga. It's all about the money. It is crazy. Straight representation, death row, you know, shit. Look at this Tupac music.
That was Woody video. That ain't what I was looking for. There was video put out, and I'm gonna. There was video. I gotta find this video. It was also put out with some autopsy pictures and some other things of outside of the hospital. Let me see if I can put that in. Video night, 2 o'clock past. Hold on. I'm just going back and remembering some of the things I seen. Here's some. That will be played during KVD's trial. That is footage. Things like this will be played. People had cameras. Here is what KVD said. Well, PAC shot at us. We chased. You're literally seeing that in this video. This is video footage. That will confirm KVD's story. Here we go.
Boom, right? He's pop, you know? But when we got
This ain't the raw footage. I wanted raw. Hold on. There is a raw footage video out here. Is this it? No. Give me 1 second here, because we're going to find this motherfucker. Here he is, the last video footage of Tupac Shakur in the hotel. You're going to see the fight. That is not the last raw footage. There is actual footage of the fight between him and Orlando Bloom inside the MGM after the Tyson fight that night. But anyways, I'll find that footage another day. What we're going to do is we're going to go back and listen to what I just confirmed. Fucking this motherfucker's lying about.
There's some dangerous dudes, like they said, my son put out a hit on one of them. His name is Dante Lee. He the one real dangerous.
We're going to move on in 15 minutes.
He killed 3 guys out there in La Mirada, California.
Okay.
And he said my son put out a hit on him. I wouldn't want my son nowhere near him because he get to kill people for free and get out of jail for free, you know what I'm saying? they gave him $5,000. Well, we just played them out of $5,000. He's wrong, you know.
My son?
He's wrong. And then that Reggie Wright Jr., he's threatened my son on the internet the last few days.
Another day, we'll go over who he is. He was a writer, so I'm trying to remember who he is.
Could you describe back in the 90s the tension between the Southside Crips and Death Row Records?
There was no tension between us and never because of
So Death Row was
2 weeks before that September in August '96, we was at the House of Blues.
the Pirates
They had a
Street
concert with the
children.
Suge, Tupac, and Snoop pulled up in some Rolls Royces, and they came and said, "What's going on here?" I said, "The concert over with." And he said, "Let's go up to Paradise." And we got up there on Santa Monica and Hyatt, right there in Hancock District in LA. We was never at odds with each other. Me and him was friends. We've been knowing each other since we was 8 years old. I played football with him, and his daddy and uncles was our coach. Was never at odds with him.
I think,
Planning to publish your book? You could reach.
I'm not sure, but I think when trial comes, we've only heard bits and pieces through Law and Order and Law and Crime or whatever, not Law and Order. Through all these channels, we've only heard little bits and pieces of what we're going to hear at trial. And I think a lot of that you're going to hear about these street gangs. We're going to learn a lot about the Bloods and the Crips and how they came into the music industry. Suge, in my opinion, brought the gangs into the music industry in California. Now in New York, it was a whole different thing. And you have to remember, Biggie and Pac used to be like really fucking good friends back in the day. They were both from New York. Pac was not even a California rapper. He was a New York rapper. And there was a long history, even before Diddy, with Pac, Biggie. When Suge brought all of the Bloods into music, you started to see a lot of gang wars between New York. He made the music industry into a war, in my opinion. And a lot of people lost their lives. They're not the only ones, and it's something that still continues today. We have a rapper here in my city I've spoken about before, Jimmy Whopper, Sean B. Not Maddie. My daughter used to listen to him. He was a little tyke. Looked like Justin Bieber. Anyway, Sean B, his cousin, had come to one of my chats one day. I'd love to sit there and or his uncle, somebody did. I'd love to sit there and have a conversation about the rap industry and how the gang violence is introduced in. And I think in this case, we had a lot of like 80s Run DMC. Everybody was trying to do breakthroughs. MTV was refusing black people spots. They had to like really be good. There had to be different angles to them to come on to MTV. All the hair bands, all the REMs and the Warrant, Def Leppard, Headbangers Ball. Yo MTV Raps came in and the game was clean. There was no problems. When you started to see the problems was with Suge. There was a lot of behind the scenes, grimy shit going on in New York. There's a producer in New York right now that I won't talk about because he had a connection to my father and some people I've covered here on YouTube. There's just a long history between all of these producers, that all of them. And that's how in my opinion, that's how the gang violence got brought in. I think Suge had a huge part in bringing the Bloods into Death Row. And my speaker quit. Hold on a minute.
But this book, every single page, you included a picture of your sister and yourself at the fight.
That wasn't no fight. Why would I wear an overcoat in September? That's no fight. Why would I wear an overcoat and a hat? I had a suit on and an overcoat. That was a New Year's party. That was a New Year's party.
So it says over here, me and my sister at the fight.
I didn't author that book. The dude just put that stuff in there. He ain't had no fight. But September the 7th, it'll be 115 degrees. What I want to wear a suit with an overcoat on and a hat. Don't make sense.
So
Go back and look at the degrees. That September. You think I'll wear that in September 7th? Come on now. A suit with an overcoat on and a hat. That was at a New Year's Eve party. And you see where Orlando, he got the same floor.
Yep.
He had on a Dan Marino jacket. Dan Marino shirt that night in September, didn't he?
You're saying that
Raise it up again. Show me again. Do that look like a Dan Marino shirt? Come on now. Think about it. He can change that quick. He can change up that quick.
why was this picture included in the book soon after your description?
I did not write that book. A ghostwriter wrote that. He just put that on there.
And he never ran anything by you.
You think I would wear a suit, a two-piece suit with an overcoat on? Come on now, cashmere overcoat.
Well,
Orlando can change his clothes that quick.
I've watched some of your other interviews.
There is literal video of Orlando fighting Pac that night. Yes, any man can change his shirt that quick. You can change your shirt on your way to. I can change my shirt that quick. It's a fucking shirt. Yes. We're gonna end this here. I'm gonna go on to some summer shit. We can come back to this or not. I'll cover something else. I hope you guys enjoyed the Nas shit, the Tupac shit, the drug addicted shit, all the weird shit I did today that is not my normal. Somebody was in here earlier asking me to share some of my older videos. I didn't have any summer content planned today because I'm trying to cover some other things at different times, and I planned on doing a couple lives today. However, I've been on this long, so we'll just stay. We were going over some Jody Brown, Jody Sue last time. Here's some old Jody Sue texts. Hold on. Has 6 up and on? What do y'all want to go over? We can check Benny. Has 6 up and on? Seven days ago, my response to Shrimp Tim. Benny's been talking about some shit I don't know nothing about. A month ago, what did you say, Fred? We're making it all up, Ziggy. So it seems she's putting some of her content back up. That's odd. Here she is covering Serafina. Oh. You know what I have not finished? Or I don't even know if I started it with you guys. Yeah, I did. I know what we could cover today. Who's singing? Is that Boo Boo? Jess. I thought you were Jess. You're singing for my life. Okay. We are going to, here's where I got to in the interview with you guys with Ziggy and Fred and Chris McDonough.
You just got hired as a Domino's beta tester. Just order some pizza and you'll get paid $5 towards next week's order.
At Amica, your time and peace of mind matter. Bundle your auto and home coverage with us and enjoy.
Expendables. What's it called?
Expendables.
Who sings it?
Expendables.
Oh, what's the song though?
Pack this bowl for two. You'll love it. It's a fucking cool ass tune, dude.
Is it a big band?
Just listen to it. You like smoking weed?
All right. If anybody wants to send a fucking super chat, we're about to go play a fucking song for Boo before we move on. I will not be monetized today because I'm about to lose my monetization for Boo. Oh, here it is. Look, guys. And this just popped up. We'll show this before I end my live.
Who's that, P. Diddy?
No, Tupac. Before it was unseen footage. Oh, that might not be it. But there was unseen footage I'm looking for at the hospital that night. Afterwards, I just covered some of that, but hold on. Okay, what's the name of it? Pack this bowl for two?
Yes. Dude, turn it up, dude. You'll like it.
I packed this bowl for two. I am gonna wanna smoke it with you. But I said, oh, I packed this bowl for two. I am gonna wanna smoke it with you. Yes, you know it is time for us to sit down and unwind. I know the feeling, so stay with me tonight. Gonna kick back, relax, make sure the ganja's packed and we'll feel alright. We're flying high now, we're flying high now, I cannot feel the ground. We're flying high now, we're flying high now, my world is spinning round. But I said, oh, I packed this bowl for two. I am gonna wanna smoke it with you. But I said, oh, I packed this bowl for two. I am gonna wanna smoke it with you. So please don't run away when my ganja's all gone. I promise that you're gonna stay when my flight is all done. There's only one thing left to do. I've got this one hook, this frosty purple mug, and it's big enough for two. But I said, oh, I packed this bowl for two. I am gonna want to smoke it with you. But I said, oh, I packed this bowl for two. I am gonna want to smoke it with you.
Get angry listening to music like that.
You can't be
You can't
angry.
be. You can't be. You can't be. It's
Who
impossible.
said, how can you be angry listening to music like that?
It's fucking impossible.
I fucking agree, dude. It doesn't about it. I'm already starting from the beginning.
Yeah, you gotta check out some of these bands out there that you like, what the fuck am I missing? It's all fucking weed music. It's like, it was made for me.
Did you not see the weed festival I just went to?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of fucking cool bands out there, man. It's all
Hell
talking
yeah.
about marijuana.
We fucking love music and marijuana on this channel. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to Ziggy. We took a little smoke sesh for Boo for running to the store. Now we're gonna finish the Chris McDonough interview that Ziggy had with Fred.
Whether you're a professional contractor or simply take pride in handling your own home.
This is a really ridiculous comment. If Laura doesn't know what she is doing, how does she know that she never took summer? Seriously. I'm sorry, I have to block you. That is just so stupid. That is really, really ridiculous. If you guys can't be just normal and actually talk normal, like, I mean, that's just crazy. Crazy.
Mother trucker, this ain't even the right fucking video. Hold on. Discuss misunderstandings. Where the hell did it go? Did she get the hell down? No, she put it out as a video. Here it is. And I must have finished it. So we'll just start
Nice
it.
to talk to you.
Yeah.
How have you guys been? Is it snowing where you're at?
Yeah, I mean, it's not. It was snowing last night, but it's not really sticking much. I mean, there's a little bit, but it's not snowing anymore right now. But we like to get out and walk, and we walk several times a day. We had something interesting. I don't know what you want to ask, Fred, because there's so much. Like, I don't know. So we'll probably just let you ask the questions because I don't know what you want to know. Sorry, there's so much. Like, my brain's scattered right now because there's so much like we want to tell you. With Fred, here he is. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Here's Fred. Okay. Okay. So, anyways, I'm going to try to let Fred talk. I just kind of talk myself because he can't hear very good. And so sometimes
Makes two of us.
must be that old age thing that you were talking about that I know nothing about.
I'll tell you, I tell Karen all the time, man, oh man, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but either way, it's still a thing, and we're not getting any younger, so not getting any younger. But yeah, so let's just kind of walk through, seeing how this is the first time we've ever talked in 4 years, right?
Yeah.
And I know there's so many stories and so many twists and turns, and
I don't
for me,
believe.
it's always about, maybe a couple of days before.
Does anybody know if Ziggy was in the Discords? Jody Sue would probably know that. Jody, could you answer, was Ziggy in the Discords? I believe I have heard Ziggy talk about being in Discords early on. I also believe Ziggy was very interactive in AV's channel. I want to check something. And we can go to a few of his channels. Eight months. How come all... That's odd to me. Why does AB... Did he delete... 8 months. Let's go. I just find it hard to... AB has all of his content more than a year ago gone. Do you see why this is odd? We can't see who was where. And we hear Chris McDonough go, oh, this is the first time we've ever talked. I am almost positive I have heard Ziggy say she was in Discords. That doesn't make sense to me. And it also doesn't make sense to me why A-Balance, Scott, AB would delete all of his content on Summer Wills more than a year ago. Now he has new Summer Wills content, but this is where I remember seeing Ziggy in the beginning days in AB's chats. And AB and Tiffany were very intertwined. There was Tiffany and Ziggy. Hold on. They started out as friends. Then Ziggy finds Bones. Quick Saturday morning check-in, proving once again I'm smarter than the haters. My apologies to Squall Tick. As for BVSM, however, we're going to go through. I'm going to start studying. I want to go back Tiffany Marie was very, very, very intertwined with Ziggy at the beginning. She would bring Ziggy onto her panel. She would talk to Ziggy in her chats. Oh, Ziggy. Hi, Ziggy. Then Ziggy goes to Hawkins County. She finds these bones, and Tiffany Marie has the biggest fit. I will never forgive Ziggy. Benny gets arrested, goes to jail. He's gone. Ziggy comes out attacking me. I'm going to bring Tiffany Marie out here to prove you wrong. Some shit. Not verbatim. We're going to do an interview. Tiffany Marie never comes to Ziggy's panel. Then we hear about Tiffany's son. My God, my heart. Tiffany, I sincere apologies. I do feel sorry for your son, and my heart breaks for you. You know that. I've spoken to you about it, but goddamn, if it makes any sense why you're out here with Ziggy, being her best friend. If you go back, let's just go to that one. This isn't what I wanted to show. We're not going to go through this. I wanted to show you the friendship first. Here we go, the haters. Here we go. Here's Ziggy's smarter than the haters. Who was Ziggy's haters for you?
Well, I could feel the pull.
July 30th, 2022. Hold on.
Wait, is it the video I saw? So putting up pictures, I guess, of his kid. And I don't know what else was done. That's just what I was told. And then today, I wake up and see that there was a business card in my door and on my car.
Okay, I'm going to bet, because I don't know what this is, but I'm going to bet this was about Benny, based on what she just said in the first 30 seconds. Her and Benny were enemies, and her and Tiffany were very close at this time.
And I looked at the cameras. Finally, well, that was way later on. It was, I don't know, it looked like regular people over looking at. They possibly had badges like around their necks, so it was really hard to tell. But the business card said the Indiana Gaming Commission. So I saw that. I literally was like zero concerned. I went right back to sleep. I really did not believe I was going to be in any trouble. So I just went back to sleep. That's how worried I was. But I did contact them. I did contact the number, and I was just asked to. There's basically they're asking about the Facebook page. First, I was asking like, "Hey, can I have some proof that you're who you say you are?" Because I couldn't find the number online or anything, or the person's name that was on the business card. But when I looked at the cameras, it did look like they had badges around their necks. I don't know. They were out there for a while, I guess. But I don't know if they thought we were like avoiding answering the door or what. But I just was sleeping. Yeah, the Indiana Gaming Commission. They tried to get me in trouble for that game I had. I mean, they failed, but they tried. So yeah. Yeah, Indiana Gaming Commission, as far as like, not like, yeah, they're like a police officer. The game. Somebody called them and said that I was doing an illegal raffle or something, just like how they tried to get me in trouble for doing even the giveaway. You guys remember that? Basically, the lady just told me the rules of it, and you can't really. There's really no loopholes around it. So I was just basically told not to do it again, type thing. But when you're, it is what it is. But nothing happened from it. The lady was really nice and explained to me the situation. I wasn't told like who contacted them, but it's not really difficult to. Yeah, they came to my door. I even have video. Maybe let's see if we can just pull up some. Let's watch. No, actually, that's going to show. Well, I might be able to zoom in, and that way people can't see. They stood out there. It looked like for freaking ever. They came in 2 different vehicles. Like it was a freaking 2 of them, male and female, and just like regular jeans and t-shirt. It didn't look like they had any uniform on or anything like that. Yes, the gaming committee came to my door. I swear to God. It's really dumb. But the lady was cool and everything's good. So let's see here. Let me remember, see if I can find this. Okay. That would have been, this was yesterday, so Friday, go to Friday. And that was around, what time? I think it was. Let's see here. Okay, so they were there from like, they were there from about 9:57 to about like 10:20 something. They stayed for like 30 minutes almost out there in the driveway. Hold on, let's see here. Hold on. Let me see if I can there's like a way to edit this one so people don't see like the full like.
Behold!
Peacock invites you
Pack our things.
to the biggest film.
Let's go!
In the galaxy.
So some cool dinosaur just shows up and he's now part of the group.
Power up your movie night.
Very weird.
And stream the adventure.
Oh well. Here, I'll just. Sorry, I'm looking at this. I'm trying to think how I can. Okay.
Let me try to skip forward.
It's funny how they look in the one vehicle. You know what I mean? Like what made them look? What made them decide to look in the blue vehicle? Why wouldn't they? That's odd. We're as YouTubers. I just have to laugh. Like that's all you can do anymore. You've got to be able to laugh at yourself and not take yourself seriously. Don't let people who have no bearing in your life, as far as I mean, they have no. You've never met them. Don't let them like control. How confident I was that it was nothing. I mean, I knew that they would contact something like that, but I didn't. I got the video.
You can barely. I'm trying to eat a little bit. I ran down and put these slider things I got from like.
Here's the events of the day yesterday.
Something happened. Benny called people on her.
Coming to the door. Snooping. Let's look in the car. It's funny how they look in the one vehicle. You know what I mean? Like what made them look? What made them decide to look in the blue vehicle? Why wouldn't they? That's odd.
I don't know what the fuck she's watching. I just want to see who her enemies were.
And it was taken to the
her audio,
and they couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. And that's when the ex asked them to if it's possible. He asked them if it was possible, if could it be that somebody put sugar in the gas tank. Well, after Jim asked them that, I guess they drained out the lines and stuff. I don't know how they do all that stuff. Flushed it all out and stuff. And I guess it ran perfectly after all that. So I don't know. Decide what you want from that, because can't say it was for sure something like sugar in the gas tank, but all I know is that it started working good after it was flushed out. He gets out in like 7 days, but he goes straight to a rehab, doesn't he? Yeah, and coincidentally, just when you were going to be going on a long trip to Tennessee, that's the trip. Yep, exactly. Oh, yeah, I mean, like I said, things are going to change soon. I'm going to be able to... The order is finally going to be changed over to served here really soon. I was able to figure a way to, because of all the attempts of service that have been made, there is other things you can do, and there's really no way out of it, so it doesn't really matter about me mentioning it. But finally, I'll be able to file any type of violations. You know, I could sue them, but like, what am I going to get out of them? Or sue that particular person? Jason was already talking about suing her. I'm like, you're not going to get anything out of her. I'm telling you. You can't like get something from somebody who's never had it. $180. Yep, sir. It's up in 7 days. Hey, Amanda S. Haven't seen you for a while, it seems like. Yeah, I got cameras. But the sugar in the tank thing, I didn't realize. The cameras only go back, like, I think it's only 3 days. I don't know. I went and checked, and it was too far back for me to be able to. So my cameras only go back. I drive probably once a week, if that. So I wouldn't have. I didn't notice. I'm more than likely that happened several days before I even noticed anything was wrong with the vehicle, because I hardly ever drive. So to pinpoint the days, I mean, I had no idea. And plus, it only goes.
Who was she accusing of putting sugar in her tank? Man, this audio is so bad. What was on this? July 30th. We are going all the way back. Here, you guys watch a little bit of this two-block footage while I go find the day after this.
Morning news. Huh? Morning news. For what? For the news. For what news?
Yeah, what, y'all soldiers in this motherfucker? What?
Okay, look, 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 look. We're gonna start. Where is she sitting in this damn live? Give me 1 second here, guys. I just opened a whole bunch of. I have to pause all these. I have a bunch of tabs open. Give me 1 second. I somehow clicked out of what we did. Hold on.
In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Live. We picked the good one. I told you I had the hot hand, guys.
Yeah, that's me, certified. Love the images used on Exhibit A. Wait, is it the video I saw? Yeah, but the end of that Exhibit A video, though, I'm like, it said that I'm next, whatever that means. Wow. It looks like you look at that picture of me in that other thing in that thumbnail on that Exhibit A. Like one person looks happy and one person looks miserable. It's so weird.
Oh, it's working. Maybe it was my computer. Hold on. Somebody's saying she's next, and she's going to show us a video of somebody putting sugar in her tank.
I don't know. It looked like a threat, like to me, like that about I'm next. But I think it's supposed. I would think it. I don't know. I don't know who's behind that account, but they're hilarious. Because I haven't really started talking about anything yet because it's only 2 minutes in and I don't want to have to repeat it. And plus, there's certain names I don't like saying on my channel because that's what they want, you know? It's just the same person it's always been. For the most part,
I'm going to assume Benny.
I've had a lot of things still continuing to happen. Like putting up pictures of like, it's. I don't understand their obsession. I seriously don't. Like, why are they even? Now they're going after Jason, I guess, to try to. I don't know. I have no freaking idea. Just whatever they can to try to cause problems for me. But thankfully, I mean, he's not as bothered by that as some would be, I guess.
Sorry, Selena.
So putting up pictures, I guess, of his kid, and I don't know what else was done. That's just what I was told. And then today, I wake up and see that there was a business card in my door and on my car, and I looked at the cameras. Finally, well, that was way later on, and it was, I don't know, it looked like regular people in regular clothing, but they possibly had badges like around their necks. So it was really hard to tell, but the business card said the Indiana Gaming Commission.
She accused Benny of doing it.
So
Benny and I have had many problems. Benny's gone hard on me. I've had agencies called on me, many fucking agencies called on me. Everything didn't pan out the way people wanted them to on YouTube. However, I don't think that's why Benny did anything to me. She said she showed a picture of Benny's son. And Benny, in retaliation, called the Gaming Commission, had them come leave shit on her car. They had things on their neck. We're going to watch this video. I one time made a video with Benny's son in it. Benny was not happy with me. However, that's not when he started attacking me. Benny came to me in a comment section or something somewhere very early on in Summer's case and said, "Hey, look, I don't care about your attacks on me. Can you leave my kid out of your videos?" I ain't never put his kid in another video. Not only that, but his YouTube channel had disappeared for quite some time. He took it down. He said Chris McDonough had it taken down. When Benny was gone, somebody reopened that channel for me to share a video, a specific video. I can't remember what it was. And they left the channel up. So somebody had access to that video and to that channel, and that meant that YouTube never took the channel, but there was a reason Benny was hiding it. I did have court shit put against me, but that was like at least a year after I had shared something with Benny's kid. I personally don't see Benny. Oh, he's another YouTube creator, Michael. I personally don't see Benny sharing. You're going to see who he is in a minute. I don't see Benny putting sugar, in Ziggy's tank or having somebody come to do so if she shared his video, unless maybe Ziggy went on to reshare his kid over and over and over. I mean, I didn't have that kind of relationship with Benny. Benny and mine's problems didn't really come till Scott started attacking me. And then even then, Benny kind of sort of tried to take my side on the panel, and he was on my panel. Jesus, motherfucker. Man, I don't know what I have. I know I saved some of my own lives. Hold on. Ziggy, this was some fucked up, fucking dirty shit. Dude, to say somebody came to your house and put sugar in your tank. I'm going to start showing y'all why I feel the way I feel about Benny, and Benny can come discredit me or anything I say at any time we are on speaking terms. He's been on my panel recently. I don't. But however, I didn't get the vibe from Benny that he would come put sugar in my tank. Hold on. Ooh. Is this where Squall and them started attacking me, or maybe came up on my channel? Hold on, I'm looking for something very specific. Yeah, this would have been the right one. This is Jody Sue, Yellow Hounds. Yes. Is this it? Yeah. Yeah, dude. I should go back to these couple lives I have saved from my first channel. I don't have very many of them, but I'll tell you who has every single fucking live I've ever done. Jody Sue has ever done. Benny has ever done. Everybody has ever done. Oh. No, Michael, it's okay. Don't attack Benny. Michael doesn't know much about Summer's case. He's just somebody I know in real life. He'll learn. And I don't mean that in a rude way. Hold on. I'll share the roll. Let's watch this. I might stay on all motherfucking day today because I have no life. Let me make this. What the hell? We skipping around today to some old shit. But I don't think fuck Benny will put goddamn sugar in the tank. But I think this is when Benny may have been up on my panel. Or not.
Gavel Geeks, I bet it was. I'm jealous you got to go. I am. And it's not just to look at the summer stuff, just to see the country. I live in the city. You get sick of it.
Yeah, I don't think this is it, dude. Hold on. I'm looking for. I had a specific. We'll leave that there just in case. I had a very specific live stream. Queen Bee had come up on panel. Me on panel. I'm remain calm. Oh, yeah, that's when she attacked me. Hold on. Summer Rose case. We know about it all. I don't know what that is. All that skilo. You know what? I'm just going to let y'all listen to this. I'm going to go dig. I think this is worth a listen anyway, and it might still be what I think it is. Hold on. And I will tell you how my views have changed since then, because this was pretty early on. If I'm wrong and you want to call me out for anything, you go right the fuck ahead. And this might actually be the live that Jody Sue wanted my thumbnail from.
So, speaking of, did you feed the chicken? I'm sure. Gianni did, yeah. Because, you know, she enjoys bougie in that baby. I think she's trying to take my damn dog. She stole the damn dog. I know. I'm telling you. And he's going to walk tomorrow. No, y'all don't understand this dog. This dog is bigger than I am. Bigger than I am. He's bigger than most, like, he's like as big as my Kia Soul type of big. Okay? Close, don't fucking joke. I'm not joking. And he's my biggest ticket. And we're all kind of scattered. My mama's made friends. And if you ever see my mama's like this tiny. I don't know how I ever came from, but I promise you, had it not been premature, by months, that woman would have been in trouble. But anyway, this dog's even bigger than I am. But my poor little tiny mama made friends with the heck. And now she's...
We're talking like 200-pound dog with 100-pound woman.
And she's trying to take over my damn dog. And she's being extra with him. And of course, look, it's ridiculous what she's done to my dog. Like, Mama, that's a guard dog. He has a job. Stop it. It was like, he's only supposed to be me kids. Me kids. And she's like, well, if you'll let me be friends with him. I was like, you know what? Fine. But just promise not to have him be friends with anybody else. And she promised that she could make buddies with him and just give him, yeah. And she would not have him make friends with anybody else. So far, she's stuck with that. But my mama's being extra. Like, instead of walking him or they want me to do today. Like she's crawling under places he's tangled around or whatever, you know. And I'm like, just, no, you get, she's extra. And she's spoiling the dog to an extent. It's their, oh dear, bless my soul. Y'all understand. She's hiding, like he gets all kinds from me. At the house before he came here, I was like, here's a whole turkey, and here's a whole ham, and here's the deli meat. 600 times a day, I was like, you know, and he was right there. And no, he's not right beside me.
Here's a little turkey. Here's a little ham. Here's a little killing me. I'm going to be right back. Hey, Boo! Come here a minute. I had an almost brother-in-law. I'm not going to give names. He's an ex of my sister. He had a dog named Loco. Loco was fed killing meat. Do you want to tell them what killing meat is?
No. I don't even know what that shit is.
It's raw turkey, raw ham, raw ground meat mixed with, what are they mixing with ground meat with?
I don't know.
It's a way they teach dogs to fight and protect. Boo ain't gonna say it, but he knows. Gunpowder.
I don't know that shit. I ain't a dog player.
What did they used to do with Luke? They put him on the rope in front of their house till his teeth bled. He would go in front of their house, grab the knot at the bottom of the rope, and tug it till his teeth bled. That's how they train dogs to kill. This is what Jody Sue is explaining how she feeds her dog. So you have to look back. I'm going to go back just a little bit. I don't know if I give commentary. I do because people come on panel. But listen to her. Let's start this over. We're going to listen.
Is that all you wanted?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
all I
I don't
wanted.
know nothing about that dog. But it was crazy.
It was crazy as fuck, right?
Right.
How did it die? The police shot it.
So, speaking of, did you feed Big Hicken? I'm sure. Gianni did, yeah. Because you know how she enjoys bougie and that. I think she's trying to take my damn dog.
She stole the damn dog.
I know. I'm telling you. And he's going to walk tomorrow. No, y'all don't understand this dog. This dog is bigger than I am.
He behaves on the road.
Bigger than I am. He's bigger than most, like, he's like,
We're going to listen closely to what her son just said. We're going to turn it all the way up. Listen to what her son says after how big.
because you know how she enjoys bougie and that, baby. I think she's trying to take my damn dog.
She stole the damn dog.
I know. I'm telling you. And he's going to walk tomorrow. No, y'all don't understand this dog. This dog is bigger than I am.
He behaves on the road.
Bigger than I am. He's bigger than most.
He behaves on the rope. He behaves on the rope. What did I just fucking explain to you?
Like, he's like as big as my Kia Soul type of big. Okay? It's not a fucking joke. I'm not joking. And he's my biggest ticket. And we're all kind of scattered. My mom has made friends. And if you ever see my mom is like this tiny. I don't know how I ever came from, but I promise you, had it not been premature, by months, that woman would have been in trouble. But anyway, this dog's even bigger at night. But my poor little tiny mama made friends with the heck of me. And now she's...
We're talking like 200-pound dog with 100-pound woman.
And she's trying to help my damn dog. And she's being extra with him. Of course, look. It's ridiculous what she's done to my dog. Like, Mama, that's a guard dog. He has a job. Stop it. I was like, he's only supposed to be me kids. Me kids. She's like, well, if you'll let me be friends with him. I was like, you know what? Fine. But just promise not to have him be friends with anybody else. And she promised if she could make buddies with him and just give him, and she would not have him make friends with anybody else. So far, she's stuck with that. But my mama's being extra. Like, instead of walking him or doing what we do today, like she's crawling under places he's tangled around or whatever, And I'm like, just no, you get. She's extra, and she's spoiling the dog to an extent. It's there. There's a whole ham, and here's the belly meat. 600.
Another video I made. Sorry if you hear my clip.
Have you ever seen the residents at 125? So that'd be like Jody Sue, and them. Jody.
This is Squall's question. Squall Tit. Squall Tit. Of the hate, says Candace, will you allow Squall onto your Facebook so then she can help us all blackmail you and this and the other Squall Tit? And who has created some of the most chaos in Summer's case, Squall Tit. Alright, carrying on. And the worst shit to ever be pumped out in Summer's case and still exists online and false.
So the dog died, I believe, so October 2022, she's in her parents' trailer. Scott H. actually puts out a live with a thumbnail of the dog. I probably had put the picture out somewhere in a live somewhere. When I was being sued with Jody Sue, when she was calling me and bribing me, one of the things she was demanding from me was a live with that thumbnail. I think I just found that live, and that's what we were listening to. So we're going to take the whole day today, since I literally have nothing to do in my fucking life today. And we're going to listen to a bunch of shit. And we're going to start. I think this is the video. Well, it died of old age, she said, Michael. But, I hope this is the video I wanted to share. It's always been about the dogs, missing pieces and motives, but here's a lot of things that I will tell you quickly, because I'm not even going to give fucking commentary. I'm going to go do some things I need to do. Take care of my dog. I'll be back. And I will be back. I'm giving commentary. You guys know how I do. Yes, that's a gorgeous mastiff. It was an amazing dog, but you hear they hang it from a work rope and give it killing me. That is a form of abuse, and that is how they train dogs for dog fighting. I believe in this video, you're going to hear Jody talk about the dog fighting and how she went to get another dog named Ella that Andy stole from her. She was very upset, but she apparently took this dog to get its papers, its paperwork. She had to go out of state to do it. All this shit, but she talks a lot about dog fighting. You hear a ton of dog fighting through Fred. Fred talks about Haskell and David Bays and the lights and how they abuse dogs, and dogs would show up. You see all the dogs that come up to the Wells property. Karen Renfro, for instance, has a lot of very injured certain kind of dogs. And I don't think they just use pit bulls. I think they probably, if you look into how fights can go and you're making the bigger money, somebody could come up with the idea, hey, let's train this kind of dog. This kind of dog can fight. They also train chickens, roosters, whatever the fuck ever, cockfighting. They all suck fucking cocks. It's fucking animal abuse, in my opinion. I agree, Michael. But I want you to listen to how Jody Sue, I'm hoping this is the video, went to another hauler to kick a door down over Miss Puppy Ella that she says she saved, while she's still hanging another dog from a rope and feeding it, killing me. And Andy's stealing it as if it's a prize.
Suspects. She's created them. All right. Carrying on. So here's the question about Squall Tip.
Have you ever seen
The website you've got in your head? Build it now with Base 44. Your website.
the residents at 125? So that'd be like Jody Sue, and them. Jody Sue and crew. Have you ever seen them walking their dog before someone went missing?
Yeah.
So Jody Sue would walk her dog?
Now Fred agrees. He goes, yeah, I've seen them walking their dog. Bullshit. I ain't never walked fucking dogs ever. Like that. Down there. Huh? I'm like, whatever. Okay, Fred. Carrying it.
No, she wasn't. I mean, I've seen them go and get it.
Now it's a no. No, I've never seen them. I've seen her go and get it when it's gotten loose.
Got loose and stuff.
I'd be like Jody Sue, supposedly friendly with Andy Bernard, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the residents at 125? So that'd be like Jody Sue, and them. Jody Sue and crew. Have you ever seen them walking their dog before someone went missing?
Yeah.
So Jody Sue would walk her dog?
No, she wasn't. I mean, I've seen them go and get it when it got loose and stuff. Run away.
I've seen them go and get it when it gets loose or runs away. Now here's the thing. Just wait for it.
But you've never seen them actually take it for a walk?
No. And the dog that they had on leash.
But he just says, yes. He said, yes, he had seen us take it for a walk. But then it was no. I see him when it gets loose or whatever, implying it's tied up. Okay.
The night Summer went missing, they had stole it.
Dog?
No, she wasn't. I mean, I've seen them go and get it when it got loose and stuff.
Always tied the bull
But you've never seen him actually take it for a walk?
No.
Was the bull mastiff a dog that got loose?
We had multiple dogs. Elwood, Reap, Boucher, and Velma. Okay. 2 of those were black and white dogs.
I'm sorry.
They had on leash. The night Summer went
Velma
missing.
was the dog
They had sold it.
and stole.
They sold it?
We didn't know where it went.
This is where it gets interesting. He just implied that we had stolen a dog. I guess the night he says there's a dog on a leash tonight, Summer went missing. There was no dog on a leash, which is part of the issue because the fucking scent dog was trying to fuck around and sniff buttholes of dogs. Alright. Obviously, dogs were not on a leash. That was Elwood and Boucher. One dog had to remain tied. That was Reap. Velma stayed inside.
Is the dog.
Okay. Velma was indoor only. Boucher came and went. Elwood would come and go. Very well behaved dogs. And they were indoor outdoor, but Boucher was always kind of inside the cabin with me. Except playtime, running amok a little bit. You go next door, play with the kids, that type of shit, you know.
Bullshit. That dog was mean. When Chicken on a Stick came up, you hear Jody and Chicken talk about the dog was on a chain. I believe Chicken talked about it on Squall's channel on her first interview, second interview, maybe CSI's channel. Yeah, well, they don't live in the city, Michael. Michael, again, is from here. He doesn't know where Summer's from. He's literally one of my neighbors. His ex-wife is. Our son, Michael, and I have even been to court together a few times, not in good standings. We've been enemies at times. His son and my son were little trouble fucking makers as kids, but our other kids were always good kids. I don't know. They live literally directly across from the park, and I live right up the street. We're not close friends, but he's a neighbor, and I asked him to join my YouTube a fucking year ago, and he's here now. Neighborhoods. That's how neighborhoods in the city work. In our city, the people need to be put on leashes. There you go. But in our city, we have very strict dog laws. It's not the same as in the country where you can leave your dogs run out. Now, my mom was a fucking piss poor ass fucking animal abuser, and she would let her dogs run all over the place and do shit like this with my sister that you just heard me and Boo. She lived across the street from them and watched it go on and did nothing about it. I had a German Shepherd one time and bugs ate it and it died in the winter. His name was Buster. He was my favorite dog, along with a bunny. I had run away from home because my mom was abusive, and then she locked me up. I had to have been about 15, 16. I lived in Clairton, where we just took a ride through with my friend Kevin. And so I grew up in a similar life, but not city, small town, I guess you would call it, connected to very big country, but I was also raised in big cities. I've moved around my whole life. I was born, I lived in Wilkinsburg. I don't know nobody there. I was a newborn. Then I moved to Southside in an apartment. Then I moved into my grandparents' home on Sarah Street. And then I moved from Sarah Street to Glassport the first time. Then I moved from Glassport to Miami. Then from Miami back to Glassport. Then to McKeesport, Clairton. That's when I moved out on my own. I moved back to McKeesport on my own. This is when I became an adult at like 15, 16 years old. And then I moved from McKeesport to Oakland. From Oakland to Mount Oliver, back to Florida, to Garfield, Lawrenceville, Bloomfield. I've moved a ton in my life, up to Forest County. I've been in this home. That was my early life. That was just until my 20s. I've been in this home for 20 years, and I've worked really hard to keep my home and be stable for my children so that they can be raised in one home and not raised like me. So I kept my children away from my family that did very similar things to what the people in Rogersville do, which is why I think I'm able to come out and talk about this and maybe make some connections. There's a lot of similar vibes. Rogersville reminds me of 10th Ward, where Boo's from. They didn't always get along with Glassport, but they loved each other at the same time.
Anyway, now, many a times I'd have to go get Boucher from up near Fred's. Happened a couple times because he was trying to breed Fred's nasty mutt, etc. I was like, oh hell no, so I go up there and get him. That type of shit. Anyway, Boucher, unlike Ziggy told you the other night, and I and other locals had a great laugh at her being like, no, my dog's not the puppy of Jody Sue's. It's not. Yeah, it is. Anyway, picture should show you that. Olive's like, there's no other dog in that holler that looks like that or had blue eyes other than mine. Yes, it is, Ziggy. Alright, carry on. Carry on with this Steph thing.
And the dog that they had on leash the night Summer went missing.
So here she is telling us this Steph thing. Steph is Stephanie Dykes. Steph is Jeremy Pill's wife. Steph is Mountain Dew Girl. Steph is Stanley Dykes' daughter. Jody Sue accidentally says, here's the Steph thing, thinking nobody would figure out who Steph was. In my opinion, she was letting Fred know, I'll tell on her.
They had stole it.
They sold it?
We didn't know where it went. They had stole it.
Stole it?
Yeah.
From who?
They stole it from another resident on it.
Was it a husky?
David Bays.
David Bays?
No, it was a pit.
A pit bull, that brown one?
No, it was a black one.
There was no brown pit bull. There's no brown pit bull. There was a giant black mastiff, but there is no brown pit bull. Alright, there was a black and white one. Oh yeah. And then Fred goes, it was stolen from another resident on Ben Hill. No, Not a resident, just he wasn't living in there no more. And he wasn't living there when Velma came to us. Here's one. Right. We found Velma quite a long time before Summer vanished. I have the exact date for that. She came in. Monster was coming in. She came right up to the car. It was piss pouring fucking rain. She was bleeding all over the place. She was jacked up. Her sides were cut. Her legs. It was bad. She was worn the fuck out. She came right into the vehicle. We tried for a few days to find the owner, this and the other. Had our, look, the way this dog was, you knew immediately she was worth money. She was bred. Her ears had been clipped, this and the other. Something was up with it. We assumed, rightly so, that someone had gotten her for fighting rings or breeding purposes for the fighting rings. But we're still looking for the owners, right? Now, I doctored her through that night. She came in, you could tell immediately she had been somebody's, like, prized, whatever. She was just total queen of the house immediately. I was like, well, you know.
Anything is possible on Cloud9. Upgrade your combo or 32-ounce drink to a Cloud9 cup while supplies last. One love.
If you got hit, even as a passenger or in an Uber, you need to try this. I'm an attorney. I've been doing this for years. And I'm standing here because most people walk away from accidents leaving tens of thousands of dollars on the table.
Guys, I hate to end this. I think I have an emergency going on. I think my cat is dying, so I'm going to end my live. Peace and love. I'll be back.